Welcome back, everybody, to the Paidia Cup matchmaking season. I'm on the desk here. My name's Ash, and I've got Epitomes by my side. We've been here all season long here, Tala, and we've now culminated all the way into playoffs. We saw 7 teams now whittled down to 4.
And here we are going to be today playing the best of three matchup to compete for who will get a spot to go to Texas in the third place decider. And first and second place have already been decided and will be sent to Texas, but we will be seeing who gets seeded in that top seed in the grand finals. First up is going to be that third place decider matchup between Powerpuff Girls and University of Michigan. And these teams, you know them, you love them. They've been here on stream before, and we have to see who's going to come out on top today.
We definitely do. It's going to be a pretty heated matchup because when it comes down to it, as much as the seeding is important because there's only three teams that are going to be sent to LAN. Most imperatively, you want to be one of the teams that gets to LAN in the first place. And this is do or die here between Powerpuff Girls and the U Michigan team here. When it comes down to it, they're fighting out for this opportunity to have this travel time, to have the opportunity to participate in the show match as well, and just overall get that LAN experience.
And that LAN experience, especially since Valorant just came out in that really digital era, is so important. And it's definitely such an exciting experience as well to be given the opportunity by Paidia to be sent all the way over to Texas to compete at CECC for those show matches. And for those of you who don't know, Paidia is a portal where you can find like-minded gamers or sign up for more Valorant tournaments or other games. So be sure to go check that out.
Okay, well, we've gotten all the nitty-gritty out of the way, right? Now we have to head into this matchup. I want to talk about the standings a little bit, how things ended off after the original matchmaking season, the last couple of weeks that have gone by over the past 2 months. And when it comes down to it, Powerpuff Girls, one of those teams at the top of the leaderboard, one of the teams that's actually gotten the most reps in as far as matchmaking goes, with those 8 wins up on top. But UMich not falling far behind at that third place. But at the same time, we know that there were some matches that happened off stream there during playoffs. Not entirely sure about the standings when it comes down to those specifics, but these are some top tier teams here that we were expecting to see now into, I guess, I was going to say the lower finals, but actually it's the third place match when it comes down to it.
And definitely, we can also take a look at what maps are being banned out. We know that these teams do have some comfort maps, and right off the bat, we are going to see those comfort maps come out. Powerpuff Girls picking Icebox immediately, and we know that's a map they've played on consistently. They have some very consistent fraggers, especially on that Viper, and they definitely seem very comfortable. But headed over to Haven, that's something you don't really see Powerpuff Girls play at all, but University of Michigan, Pink, it seems like that's where their comfort lies.
I'm really happy to see that U Michigan actually ended up banning out that Ascent. That's a pretty strong Powerpuff Girls map. We've seen that team on there before, and they were just able to run it down with some really interesting team compositions as well. Like, I think they threw a Phoenix in there at one point. But when it comes down to Icebox, I think this is a really interesting first map to start off on, especially considering the fact that I believe we do now know that Icebox is going to be taken out, the next map to be taken out of the pool of the year for Valorant. So everyone's trying to get their last matches in on a fan favorite.
And Icebox is going to be interesting because do we know whether or not it's going to be in the rotation for Texas? That's going to be next month. So that's definitely going to be interesting to see with Bind just added back into the pool with today's patch. So this is definitely going to be a fun one.
Definitely is. But when it comes down to the Icebox, I'm wondering if we're going to see any innovation coming through. I feel like the meta is shifting on Icebox a little bit, which is kind of funny because usually you expect that to happen after it comes back in, after being rotated out of the map pool. But with that addition of Harbor being one of the newest agents to come through here, the second most recent, people have been trading out that Viper for the Harbor for some additional flexibility or aggression, as well as running a double controller. But when it comes down to these two teams, doesn't look like that's in the stars for today.
Yeah, and this is actually interesting though because immediately you do see Leah lock in the Viper. And usually I believe it's between Leah and Sasha for Powerpuff Girls, who have a little bit of this revolving door roster depending on who is free, unlike University of Michigan, which actually has more of a set roster since they are like consistently going in for those scrims, while Powerpuff Girls is just a little bit more puggy and it depends on availability. So now they are bringing in the Gecko onto Icebox though,
Okay.
and that is really interesting, and I think that's a huge innovation because Gecko has found a really strong spot on Split, especially in ranked, and now that you are seeing Gecko being brought over to Icebox, which kind of has a similar playstyle in terms of that a little bit of verticality on both sites and very small choke points on each site, so that's definitely going to be fun.
It'd be interesting to see how that pans out because that's a really good point that you make here, right? Gecko, I feel like I don't see this agent being played on Icebox too frequently, and it could be hard to find value, honestly, out of the Dizzy specifically, is what I'm thinking of. Because on Icebox, there's so many close quarters, there's a lot of tight corridors, and a lot of places to hide where you can easily tuck that flash utility coming out from the Gecko. But otherwise, it's pretty standard comps here for both sides.
At the same time, I do feel like Icebox doesn't tend to be a flash initiator map. It's a lot more Sova fade heavy, and you don't really see the Skies or the KOs come out as often as you do see the info gathering initiator, since it's usually either double duelist or double sentinel, since Sage has such good utility for the site. And Dizzy also has this, I'm not sure if it's a bug, but you can actually avoid the flash by just like crouching under it where it's supposed to shoot your face. And I've seen that actually be done on Icebox recently. So it's going to be interesting for sure.
Okay, I've heard about that bug, but I'm not exactly sure how it
I'm not
works.
sure if it's a bug or if it's like intentional
It's
because you
supposed to be
can't
like
turn
that,
it. Yeah. You can't turn it, so they're like forcing you to find a new way to dodge flashes.
Switching out the movement tech, switching out the movement meta here in Valorant, just one step at a time. But Powerpuff Girls here starting out on the defense. Michigan out on the attack. It's a default be heavy lean here from you, Mish, to start. But Sasha's the dedicated player to be the anchor here towards the B side as Powerpuff Girls anticipated actually an A side push with the 3-person stack.
Yeah, they're going to try and play around yellow and hold that position, but now being pinged out by the recon bolts, taken down through the boxes, all the killjoy utility immediately neutralized, and that's just the risk you take when you are trying to hold that aggressive position. Now the util completely gone and player down in the retake. Powerpuff Girls, see how they're going to make this one work.
Slow retake situation here. PPG, I mean, they are down 2 players at the moment. Make that 3, because not in the mood is in the mood to get some frags here. A quick head tap and a third to come through. Takes down Pauline. A 3K to clean up here for you, Michigan, and a flawless round to earn the pistol.
Yeah, not a single kill to be swung in Powerpuff Girls' direction, and coming into the anti-eco now, obviously a lot of those SMGs and a Guardian being bought up over on U-Michigan's side. I expect that Powerpuff Girls are going to attempt an aggressive play here. You see them stacking onto that A site, trying to find that little bit of value. Leah's going to actually pick up a Frenzy, but that's the only upgraded weapon that they will have as they attempt an A site rush.
Yeah, it's just immediate aggression coming out from the defense right now. Kind of a little bit of a death ball situation. Go to reclaim the orb, and New Michigan slowly making their way over towards A. They might not expect this mid wait, though, coming out from Michigan, and no one's checking the corner. Tina's gonna go big. Gets 2, gets 3 frag, though, here from Melanie. But still, it's gonna be tough here for PPG to find any success. They're just mostly looking to do some damage into this round.
Once again, that same barrier orb to get that really nice open plant right behind the wall. And they have to go once again for a full retake situation, but with the player down once again and less weaponry, not in the mood. Getting a clone kill onto Melanie, and Scrambled Egg is going to hold down the yellow position. Leah, the last player standing, does a bit of chip damage, but Scrambled Egg still going to come out on top of the duel. U-Michigan take 2 in a row after picking up the eco.
Okay. pretty much how you expect the cookie to crumble here. I mean, it's Valorant. You're expecting these teams to, if you pick up the pistol round, you're usually picking up that second, and the forest sub doesn't come out too frequently anymore, but it's a comfortable anti-eco here for Powerpuff Girls at the very least. No ultimates really too close to coming to fruition for either side at the moment, so we don't have to worry about too much there.
I think this is a tech pause.
Yeah.
I saw the ping spiking and I was like, oh.
It happens. Hey, it's not a broadcast day or a match day when it comes down to it without something going awry on anybody's setup. But Tala, so far, I mean, I know we're only 2 rounds in, but I really do feel like we're seeing a bit of a difference in what you were talking about in the pre-show about how Powerpuff Girls does lean themselves to that more puggy playstyle compared to U Michigan, who have more of a set roster and try to be a bit more structured.
Definitely feels like Michigan is running a set play, and you can kind of see that discipline coming through too, especially on the eco round that Powerpuff Girls just played. Tina letting that first player escape in an attempt to get a few more kills, and just the trigger discipline, the knowing that there's someone coming, putting that alarm bot dedicated towards the flank. Definitely a lot of fragging potential from Michigan and just very set plays.
Curious to see how the adaptation goes through going forward. I know that that eco round was like a gimmick play, right? Powerpuff Girls, all 5 players look to push out, but looking to see how they kind of adapt going forward, because Michigan, even going into that initial anti-eco in round number 2, slowed things down a lot. They were already anticipating Powerpuff Girls to get aggressive, and I feel like that tells you that Michigan Pink have done their homework, because PPG within the Paidia Matchmaking Cup at the very least are known to be more of that kind of hyper aggressive team, and I think that does lend to the fact that Melanie, being the IGL, is leading from the front as a duelist.
Yeah, leading, trying to get themselves into those flank situations very quickly, but they also aren't really setting it up that well when it comes to in terms of the Dizzy utility. But obviously in pistol rounds you also are left with a lot less of that utility, and even more so on that eco. So headed into a full gun buy as this round gets started, a little bit of information in a main on where these players are going to be, and that's where Powerpuff Girls is heavily leaning. They still have Leah looking mid or a potential lurk play from Michigan, but otherwise 3 players stacked around this A site.
Yeah, it's going to be a fast push in, though. Again, it's a bonus round here for U Michigan, so maybe looking to get a plant down, overwhelmed with some numbers, but a lot of respect given over towards this toxic screen. Not in the mood. A cloudburst towards backside, looking to try and find some sort of information. Doesn't actually clear the box, but at the very least, you got the Julie there for the trade, and here it's just the retake for PPG as U Michigan secure the plant.
Michigan now once again retake situation for Powerpuff Girls, and Aura goes down. Sasha looking to clear away that site, but with the teammates still looking screens, it's going to be a 1v1 situation, and Leah with only a Spectre can't do much here. Michigan find 3 in a row, and this is also worth mentioning once again. We see Melanie on that duelist, right? But we've also seen Aura play the Jet as well, and Pauline play the Sova. So this is a pretty big role reversal, when especially on a comfort map for Powerpuff Girls.
I think, though, that the fact that Powerpuff Girls has this kind of rotating roster that comes through with players who swap roles pretty frequently, it's both a pro and a con. It's a bit of a double-edged sword in that sense, where there's that adaptability, there's that flexibility in being able to kind of change up your compositions on the fly if you need be, and play into that more puggy play style that allows you to be a bit more fluid, a bit more adaptable. But at the same time, there's the con of, like you mentioned, just not kind of synergizing necessarily as much as you necessarily would with a roster that's constantly playing together in officials, pracking together and whatnot. But again, it's this push over towards the B side, and always this early information into B main due to that alarm bot. Nice stall coming out from the Nano Swarm. Toxic Screen should drop from Michigan pretty soon with how long it's been up, and the stall is doing wonders to get that timing.
Ooh, Tina, though, once again, another lurk to catch out Melanie. And without the duelist, they have that very deep alarm bot positioning over here on A, allowing Tina to get a lot of value and create so much space for the squad. Not in the mood, actually going to play the lurking duelist and just neutralize Leah coming through, or Sasha. Leah also going down on the site. Spike down for you, Michigan, and this is just looking clinical from them. It's all up to Pauline with only a Marshall. Can't hit a single shot either. You, Michigan, with 4 in a row.
It's kind of tough here. I think what is a little bit worrisome as well is that on PPG's side, they don't go for that stage composition, right? So swapping sides, getting those plants down on B, even on the retake, be difficult. And for you, Michigan, I think that their post plant's just really strong. You're running double sentinel. You've also got a Viper who knows lineups. And so far, PPG haven't really been able to find an answer to that. The rotations being called, though, aren't bad. Like, the mid-rounding is looking good, actually, in response towards what information they're getting from you, Michigan. I think just need to tighten things up on the weak side of the map that they don't have the stack onto, and things should be fine as long as they just keep that slight bit of awareness up.
Yeah, Tina has been getting so much value with the lurk plays, and once the team has drawn attention, it seems that Powerpuff Girls just completely take their focus away from the other site, and while they do watch out for mid, it's just not as much attention comes from the lurk that can potentially come through on their weak side. And you mentioned the Sage earlier as well, and Powerpuff Girls usually does run the Sage. They have a single initiator comp with the Killjoy and the Sage. For the most part, I do believe I've seen Pauline play the Sage for Powerpuff Girls before, but I think this is just something new that they're trying, and it's going a little bit awry.
It's always interesting seeing how you can kind of fit in new agents into your composition, right? Pauline being on that get-go agent that hasn't... I mean, I feel like with his kit, yes, he can easily, quote unquote, find his place in the meta. But as far as like pointing at certain maps and being like, okay, this is a gecko map, this isn't a gecko map, hasn't been completely solidified yet because those things can shift very much so after the initial reaction to seeing a new agent being released. But I think that considering they are running the double initiator and whatnot, PPG, I believe we did see the Sova and Gecko rotating towards the same site at the same time instead of keeping them separate, keeping them just away from each other to bolster the amount of information that they can find on opposite sides of the map. But so far, like you said, I really just think Michigan, they're just looking really clinical right now. And PPG, I feel like you cannot doubt the skill of the players on these teams, but from what I remember from matchmaking from the prior weeks was that PPG did win a lot of their matchups purely more so off of mechanics rather than strategy because they lean into that puggy style. I think this is why it's a bit of a struggle up against Michigan today.
Yeah, Michigan feels like they are just putting together such a clean game from what we've seen from them so far. And they only have 3 deaths total across their entire team in 4 rounds. They have just been making sure to trade each other so well. They're setting up for their plays excellently with the sage walls to protect for the plants, with Tina lurking all the way up. The alarm bot placements have been immaculate. And it seems like Michigan, they are really well versed in Powerpuff Girls play of Icebox as well. Since Powerpuff Girls have been on stream almost every single week, playing Icebox nearly every single week, there's so much VOD material for Michigan to go through that they can just look and say, okay, well, here's what they're doing in their eco rounds. Here's what they do on pistol. This is what they're doing on their gun rounds when they're up against a bonus. And they are learning how to counter it incredibly well.
Yeah, the reads are just really good. That's always the danger of having a little bit too much footage of your team, right? Is giving too much homework for your opponents to do, if you will. And I think that it's going to be interesting to see how Powerpuff Girls does handle adapting going forward here within this series. Because all things considered, I mean, everything is on the line right now, right? It's
Except
land that you're
Leah's
looking
internet.
towards. And, pardon me?
Except Leah's internet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Everything is on the line except for Leah's internet. She's just doing a little restart right now.
Uh,
Unfortunately, running into some ping spikes, guys. Apologies for the long tech delay. Hopefully, we'll get her back soon. But man, the stakes are high here, Tala.
yeah, it's just, well, going into the future, Powerpuff Girls, you already mentioned it, they just need to make sure they don't lose focus on the weak sides when they are getting into the mid rounds because their rotations are good. They focus on mid, but it's just they're a little blindsided whenever they have that lurk coming through the sites.
I feel like with the conditioning that's been done by Tina, though, at this point, Powerpuff Girls kind of have to anticipate it. It'd be a pretty imperative mistake otherwise to not try and bolster up that anchor over on the opposite side of the map because New Michigan, they do truly tend to move in like a 4-1 split kind of situation. But right now, PPG, I mean, it's interesting. You see the KJ set up over towards the B side. I think that, it's early information with that alarm bot, but at the same time, I feel like we could see maybe the positioning of the alarm bot to be changed up. It even could be a little bit more aggressive to find some earlier information coming out from PPG because U Michigan don't tend to hit the same site twice.
Yeah, that is very true. They've been switching it up. They're doing a little A B back and forth, trying to mess around with Powerpuff Girls where they're stacking. But for the most part, it's always been that A side stack. And if they do recognize a pattern of where U Michigan is going, they could try to be switching up the setups. Sasha could try setting up over on that A site. The nanoswarms are powerful for plant denial over on B, but with the small corners of A and allowing more players to go towards that kitchen side and watch mid. And at the same time, you are denying a lot of lurks with the utility over on A. You can manually watch B and have more control, then it could also be a viable option for Powerpuff Girls moving forward.
Yeah, a lot of things to consider here for Powerpuff Girls. I mean, down 4 rounds. I said 4 rows. 4 rounds in a row here for PPG is difficult for the economy, right? Sure, they have a bye coming up as soon as this tech pause is over. But after that, even with the round loss bonus being maxed out, I think they could potentially afford to force up with light shields into next round. But when you're looking at University of Michigan Pink, you're looking at their money and you're like, okay, they're like basically set for the half almost at this point. You're 2 rounds away from hitting the quarter. And for the long-term economy goal, at least for U Michigan, they're sitting really comfortably.
Yeah, I feel like they are pretty much set for 3 or 4 more rounds with the economy that they've been keeping right now. And even if they do lose every round, they have that Blade Storm available in the back pocket. They have the resurrection potentially for that eco res, and the ultimates are getting farmed up well. But for someone that have lost 4 rounds in a row, Powerpuff Girls are doing pretty well for themselves in terms of ultimates, especially since they've chosen the Viper, the Sova, the Killjoy, a lot of really expensive ultimates on both sides. On the other side, it's the Killjoy, the Viper, the Sova, and the Sage, all 8-point ultimates. So that's also something that U Michigan needs to be aware of when they are deciding to invest those ultimate points.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see maybe Pauline trying to get a bit more aggressive alongside Melanie throughout that dizzy early into A main or something like that. Have Melanie try and push up, take like more aggressive belts or pipes positioning and farm that orb to try and get Thrash online early into this round and perhaps have it come to fruition for some sort of retake situation if U Michigan managed to get that spike planted. But even then, I feel like for PPG, it's kind of hard to say what the call is because you've got Not in the Mood on the other team just going in. Like this player's been fragging out 7-1, not afraid of the entry whatsoever. And that's also a force that you have to be reckoned with because Not in the Mood's been able to catch out timings from PPG so that they're not even really able to rotate off of site.
Yeah, Not in the Mood has been changing up the way that they play each round as well, going from leading the charge, being that tip of the spear, and using the tailwind to create space and take a lot of control of these sites for the team, or just deciding to go for the lurk plays and staying behind so that you can have that Killjoy and you can have the Sova and Sage and Viper all rotate in with the team where the space is already claimed and you know that there's nobody there, and have a quick escape when you see the rotations coming through, maybe be able to take one and dash out, or worst case scenario, you get a trade. But Not in the Mood has been doing really well when it comes to those situations as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like this player also just uses the cloud bursts in a really strategic way. I mean, I say strategic way, but it's just the jet way of using cloud burst, right? Provide yourself a little bit of cover,
Yeah.
be able to clear out some other angles and whatnot. But I say strategic because it's constantly paying off. Like the micro reads are good enough to be like, okay, I'm expecting Powerpuff Girls to have a player posted up here. I'm in cloud burst on this side, so this angle is covered. Then I can clear out the other angle, and then my teammates got me when that cloud fades afterwards. But when it comes down to it, I guess we're also still only 4 rounds into this matchup, right? There's a lot of opportunity now for PPG to still claw back, but it's about breaking that cycle early on so they can build that economy to have a better chance into the later part of this half.
Yeah, so we are definitely going to have to see. I mean, it's a lot of theory crafting going on here as Leah goes for the restart on the internet, and we don't know when she's going to be freed from the disconnect symbol. So, yeah, I mean, we will see.
Time will tell. That's always the name of the game, especially with some long tech pauses coming through and whatnot. But when it comes down to it, a little bit of an update here for off stream, though. I believe Leah will be allotted 1 more minute to reconnect, and if it doesn't go through, Powerpuff Girls will unfortunately have to play a 4v5 until the reconnect happens, if it does ever come up. But that's a really tough situation because at this point, Tala, you can't ignore the elephant in the room, right? Leah's been disconnected for a while. Even if she does come back later on, that's also a deficit towards PPG mentally. You're going to be a little bit frazzled leaving in this situation, having to come back and sort things out. But it does seem like Leah is back online in the nick of time. Just saw her buy back up, reconnect here into the lobby as we're tabbed into this scoreboard. Hopefully she's back and doesn't run into any more problems because we know how chaotic and stressful that is on a match day.
Yeah, thank goodness, because I was about to start talking about how Gecko's player icon is blurrier than all the others and what that means for the state of the game. But now Leah is back and we are ready to get into the next round.
Just pushing up again. The aggression coming through here. Not actually going for that ultra, just going straight for the peaks. And it's all 5 members of U Michigan that Pauline, Ara, and Melanie will be walking into a gamble into the Lion's Den here, and now a free A side for the taking for U Michigan.
Going to go ahead and have that plant down in their usual spot. Sage not available this time, so not as safe, but with the cloud burst coming through, it's going to allow for a lot of cover for U Michigan to back up and take their post plant positions as well. Sasha, though, finding a pick into the round. That's narrowed down to a 2v3, and Leah has found one of her own. Still a 2v1 situation for Sasha, but she has a lot of utility in her back pocket, and there's tons of time. But Tina, the positioning is good. Michigan, they take their 5th round in a row. Powerpuff Girls, unfortunately, they're going to lose out on another.
That's such a tough situation, too, because at least for Sasha, they just got, I believe, the turret and the alarm bot back, like, not too long before that. So it's like, you don't even have the opportunity, like, okay, I want to put something down to watch my side as I hold this angle, but at the same time, you're risking pulling out util. Like, some of these players might just swing you. You never know what's going on in their heads. But Michigan, they do play it safe. 5-0 here. Powerpuff Girls looking to find their footing. Readjusting once again. Aggression hasn't been paying off, and now onto an eco round. They're holding back here towards the A side. Drone, though, should be enough information, I think, for PPG to call at least one rotation over from A. Will be Melanie. Still, Alarmbot hasn't been pulled trig on yet, so when it comes down to the other A players, they're just holding, waiting for Tina to lurk through, and she's going, but she's always got that timing.
Yeah, they are watching over on that A site, but on the B site, they've already got that barrier orb down. They've broken the barrier orb, but Tina has already taken down Pauline over on A, and now that's just going to force the player over to realize they have to go watch mid. But looking at Leah's positioning, she could be in a very good position to catch Tina out. Tina is aware, though. Tina is aware someone could be there and just backs off, goes for the jiggle peek, and Leah needs to go support her team now as Sasha and Melanie fall over on B, going down.
Such a good call coming out. Ara now 1v5 situation, and that was a dangerous decision to peek towards mid. I think Ara expected to be able to catch Tina off guard, but just earns Tina the 4K instead. 11-1 on the attacking side. So much value coming out of this lurk player that you keep highlighting, Tala. And for PPG, it's tough. I feel it's tough because right now I genuinely feel like University of Michigan Pink is kind of just outclassing them in the mid rounding at the moment, which is a tough pill to swallow because I feel like that holds from PPG. You know, they did everything right. They rotate one over towards mid. The Michigan know how to capitalize off of it and use that for the entry onto site. Now, push onto a real eco rounds here. Michigan switching things up, looking for the mid control.
Melanie going down early has got to hurt for Powerpuff Girls. That was really the only firepower that they had. And Astrid now picking up 2 onto Pauline. It's all left up to 2 players of Powerpuff Girls. Sasha is trying to look for a flank angle, but not in the mood. Once again, having the read. And the reads are just there over and over again. They flip the site as well, coming in through mid, knowing there's one towards yellow. Aura does find one and prevents the flawless, but Powerpuff Girls still cannot clutch the round their way. Michigan up with 7, and you're mentioning how good Michigan is. They're just completely outclassing, but Powerpuff Girls, a lot of the positions that they're playing as well are not tradable, and they are an aggressive team. They're not as much of that defensive side of team either with the double initiator composition. They want to be supporting Melanie, going in for these really aggressive gunfights, and it's just the defensive half seems to be a real struggle for them.
Attack has always been the strong suit of PPG, so perhaps opportunity to turn things around once we swap sides, but what's important is at least getting a few here on the defense as well to make that actually possible. Viper's pick comes through. Michigan haven't shied away quite yet, though. All 5 players still looming outside, might look to try and go above it, but Leah knows her Viper pits. She's going to pop it on top of 410. That denies the upper angle, but at the same time, lockdown onto pipes. Try to push Leah off the situation. It doesn't actually break the lockdown, though, with the Hunter's Fury coming out.
Ooh. Now, with one player detained, they know that it's got to be Leah, and they're trying to sniff her out, but they actually haven't found this Viper. The enemy Viper's pit coming up, though, and once again, Melanie being taken down. That point of the spear once again being neutralized. Leah trades it back, and they're even down to a 3v2 with Tina once again being taken out on the flank. And now with Thrash coming through, Pauline could potentially be a playmaker for this squad. Does the Viper get detained? I believe they do. And Leah comes through once again. The wingman goes through looking for the defuse, finds one, and Leah over the top. The time is getting low. Pauline taken down. Leah knows where one is. Has to go for the drop, but doesn't find the angle. A team ace for Michigan. 8 in a row. Powerpuff Girls, they fall short for another round.
I saw the vision there.
I saw the vision too.
Thrash, honestly, coming out from Pauline as well. It was just difficult because nobody was close enough to capitalize off of it. And even then, Scrambled Meg, she's sitting around the corner. Like, she's watching. She knows, she's like, I got you. I'm not going to let a Julie die in this situation. I'm going to make sure I get the trade anyways. But that's an expensive round loss. That was, I believe, 3 ultimates from PPG invested into that last round.
Yeah.
And now pushed onto an eco here. Sure, they pull out a few from U Michigan as well. But U Michigan are also the team that are comfortable right now at 8-0, right? They know that they're going into the next half, even if PPG can get 4 in a row here with a 4-round advantage.
They're trying to play for trades this time around, though, but they've just fed Tina a 2K over in mid, losing both an initiator and their controller. The retake is definitely about to be tough without the info from the Sova and without that Viper's utility. But Melanie nearly catching Tina off guard, but Tina turns. That's just an unfortunate situation for Melody V, and Pauline, unfortunately, can't do anything before that last pick.
I think most importantly here for the side of PPG is now that we're back onto a full loadout, I want to see them just pulling back. You're going to see a timeout call come in here. Hopefully that is the call coming through from Sasha. But I want that discussion to be had here on PPG. You're running 2 initiators. And right now, the way PPG is trying to play it is, I think they're throwing maybe like one piece of initiator util out. And sometimes they're just contacting up towards A. But instead, just chill out. You know, use that initiator utility, find some information on where University of Michigan is playing, because right now it's pretty easy read in my opinion that U Michigan, they're either doing a 4-1 split or they're playing all 5. They haven't played a default round since that pistol, and otherwise tend to play numbers, knowing that they're capitalizing off of these fights and knowing that PPG, whether they're pushing A, whether they're pushing B, are usually going in clumps of 2 to 3. And if you got 4 to 5 players there, as University of Michigan, even going into them head on, you're coming out with an advantage because you have numbers.
That is very true. I think that they definitely are playing a little bit too aggressive, trying to lend themselves to that comp that they're playing and really lean into the double initiator, but the gunfights just aren't swinging their way.
Yeah, you can still run the double initiator, but just like slow it down a little bit. Yeah. Breathe for a second, you know, play a bit further back into spawn. Play like purely for the retake because you got so much info to work off of. Not in the mood. They get revealed early here on top of 2. Doesn't actually end up falling off just yet, but the dash is already down, can't be used now.
Not in the mood, looking for that boiler pick. Is able to just avoid Aura's sight lines, but not in the mood. Also on their own, the rest of the team trying to work their way up into that ace site. And not in the mood, being neutralized in mid, that's huge. Wasn't expecting Pauline to come in through that B side. And now without the duelist, Michigan has to try and work their way into either A or B without the help of the tailwind of that space-making tool. Tina's trying to make it work and does. Ooh. Melanie goes down.
I think this is one of the first few rounds, though, that we've seen Not in the Mood go down early. So it's going to be interesting to see how U Michigan handles this. Of course, Resurrection comes through here for mid. Yep. A great Poison Orb lineup that Julie has been conditioning to allow that to happen as well. Uncontested too, and now it's kitchen control that University of Michigan are looking towards.
Over towards that B site, Pauline and
what a swing!
The swings are so good, and Leah's waiting for Tina. Tina has done the conditioning, clears through that maze side, and Leah just knows to hide back towards the rafters and won't be spotted. Playing the ring around the rosy with this Killjoy. The first round from Powerpuff Girls comes pretty late, but it's definitely a start.
First blood there really set the tone, I think, for Powerpuff Girls, taking down Not in the Mood early on, forcing out that resurrection as well, just giving Powerpuff Girls more than like the first 30 seconds of the round to actually situate themselves. A bit more discipline now as well. We saw that double swing come through. It's a really nice adjustment. I think that we're coming out from the Powerpuff Girls side now. Michigan back over towards B, but that means that Tina is going to be lurking onto A, and PPG need to keep a player dedicated there at all times because Sasha is constantly playing towards this B side, and I think at this point Tina knows she's usually got a free flame.
I'm going to go ahead and pop the lockdown now to delay for some time. Knows there's a little bit of presence here at the very least, and Not in the Mood. I'm going to go ahead and run out of the range. Tina at odds with Aura, hiding in maze, trying to find a play that might work, but has to dance in and out of the range of the turret to make sure that mid is being watched, but not so much now. Not in the Mood is trying to cover for that weakness of the Killjoy's range.
Yeah, crept up over towards yellow. Another different lurk coming through, but this is very different positioning from what we've seen previously from Michigan. Nice angle hold here from Aura, gets the second as well. Nice little two tap to secure that spike, leaving Not in the Mood now in a 1v5 situation. Powerpuff Girls slowly digging their heels into the ground, finding rounds, a flawless one at that. Important round win as well to stave off the double digits from University of Michigan. Now we're going to the last round before half.
Going into this next round, they really want to try and secure it, not just for the round, but also since they need that little bit amount of momentum heading into the attacking half, which is going to be their stronger side. But Michigan are sensing that sort of momentum pickup from Powerpuff Girls, going to head and slam that timeout button and try to slow down Powerpuff Girls, and also talk about what they can do in this very last round. They were on fire 9 rounds in a row without an answer from Powerpuff Girls, and all of a sudden just being dismantled 2 rounds in a row. The last round, they literally walked into a crossfire, and it just was so unlike the University of Michigan Pink that was playing for the 9 rounds previously.
Nice to see PPG kind of turning things around now, right? Especially forcing out a timeout from University of Michigan's got to feel good, but at the same time, that's momentum stall, right? Really tactical timeout, because Michigan, the last thing that they want is for PPG to write off this momentum into the next half, the half that they're most comfortable on, that being the attack. They're such a powerhouse when it comes to that attacking side. Melanie, such a great opening player as the IGL for the team, just calling for the setups that she needs to make that entry in. Op does finally come out though here. Melanie's going to be posted over towards the A side, and the read is good because University of Michigan, that's where they have their eyes set on this time.
Looking over on the A side, all 5 players, only that turret to watch that flank coming through the mid and the B garage side, and they've already made a bit of noise as well. Melanie taking out the operator, something they definitely didn't expect with their economy being so fractured for so many rounds in a row. Now with such a powerful gun in play and without the duelist or a resurrection to bring them back, Michigan, they're left scrambling, and although Aura is going to get detained and unfortunately spammed through the smoke, they still have a player up, and Pauline is narrowly able to dodge Tina's crosshairs as well.
2v4 situation, Thrash coming in as well. This is a big find here. Oh no, the detain goes out. Julie left in a 1v3 situation, but everyone on PPG is gonna swing. That's a 9-3 half now as we swap sides. But as we swap sides, I also, guys, have a little message for you guys, because I want to remind you all to play the biggest games on day 1. Are you as excited as we are for Starfield, Minecraft Legends, and Redfall coming in 2023? With PC Game Pass, you can enjoy incredible new games as they launch. Join now at GamePass.com and be ready to explore the universe, take on a legion of vampires, or battle destructive piglins all on day one. But this certainly isn't day one for either of these teams, Tala, because we are out here in the third place matchup for the Paidia Matchmaking Cup.
And once again, a reminder that this is for the spot to go play the show match at CECC in Arlington, Texas. So this is definitely a lot at stake here for both of these teams. Powerpuff Girls, their own map pick, down by 6 rounds, ending the half 9-3, now switching over to the attack. Now, looking over, they're trying to make their way onto the A side where Tina has decided to set up. And Tina here is such a strong player for University of Michigan so far, and they're deciding to contest this Killjoy.
Lot waiting on the other side of this, though. Nice shot to try and take out those nanos. The second one succeeds as well. So that's all the stall power out from Michigan. But look at the flank coming in. You've got Leah able to take down Meg out on the other side. Not in the mood falls as well. And now it's only 2 players left here towards A. And Julie has to make the rotation come through. A 1v5 situation. Solace in knowing that quite a few of them are low, and Melanie, she decides again. She's like, I'm not going to get for the ones. We got to play this smart. We're down rounds right now. We got to swing, end things out, and it's a flawless round, 9-4 for PPG.
Yeah, the attack setup is just so much better than what we saw on the defense. They had Leah be that dedicated lurker over towards the B side, so Tina could go ahead, use that nano swarm to try and clear out closer corners. And I don't think that the Gecko made a huge impact into this round, but it definitely is helpful since Gecko can kind of play like a sage in the fact that you always give Gecko the spike. So he can go ahead, encourage Wingman to go ahead and plant that down while you all have the guns in the hands. And now with the buy up, they're headed over to that A site once again.
This time it's not in the mood though, all alone. One player rotate over towards screens, at the very least, can call for that toxic screen to pop up. Will do so, but that owl drone's gonna fully push not in the mood off the angle, has to tuck because being lit up by that initiation information, and now push in coming from PPG as all players funnel on site.
Now headed into the screen side is Melanie, finding 3 in a row, still hungry for more, going to go give up a Spectre for that aggressive play. And now without their duelist, the rest of the team is going to back up a little bit and play still on site, still very aggressive post-plant positions, but they're a little bit more relaxed than Melanie was. Leah going to find 1. Now being displaced by the nano swarm. Tina is the last player standing. Huge player for University of Michigan so far, but still only has a classic. Pauline is going to finish off the last player of Michigan, and Powerpuff Girls closing that gap.
Slowly but surely. And that was a momentum that I said that University of Michigan Pink would be afraid of going into this next half, right? That's why we saw that timeout called right before the last one, before we swapped sides. But PPG haven't let that slow them down. University of Michigan, it's an important swing round to come through, sure. It's only, the 4 rounds dividing these 2 teams, but if PPG can earn their bonus, that's an estimated 2 rounds statistically into their pocket next, and the gap just continues to close. And with the first blood, though, going into the hands of Not in the Mood, hopefully the tide does change.
Scrambled Meg is still playing close on site, and they've already used that barrier orb as well to block the generator plant. So instead, it seems like Leah might be the one to make space. The turret still down outside over on Boiler. So Kitchen is completely uncontested, not even an alarm bot to signal whether or not there's going to be a player coming in from this side. Leah could make a pinch play on B or A, but instead it seems like B is going to be that site of contention. So creeping up now to the top nest, trying to find the players, finds 1 and the second as well. Can't find the third, but the damage has been done. Powerpuff Girls, they're in a 3v3 situation with Pauline planting that spike.
at this level of gameplay, that is not a mistake you can be making. It just makes now a 3v2 situation here for PPG, and the fear I was talking about for you, Michigan, you know, starting to slowly come to fruition. Because if PPG run away with this round, that's a broken economy and a bad start to the second half. Luckily, time is left, and you got Not in the Mood available. 3 picks down, but Aura just sprays it. It's a clutch round here for PPG, and that was a round that University of Michigan Pink did not need to lose.
Yeah, that would have brought them to double digits in Powerpuff Girls. 3 rounds in between them, now on such a roll with 6 rounds in a row. And they also won the bonus. So Michigan's economy is a little bit in shambles. Not in the Mood going to be one to pick up a Marshall with still 2,600 left in the bank, but the rest of the squad, it's Sheriffs, and maybe that Spectre that Astrid was contemplating, but at the end of the day, selling it for a classic. Powerpuff Girls, it seems like they're going to be virtually uncontested going into this next round in terms of that firepower.
Another creep up. This time, pretty sure the turret's watching. Melanie is not going to get in here for free the same way that Leah was able to sneak in. Surprised that... Okay, I feel like she surely goes back to actually take out the turret. I think it was just a quick tuck in case someone was into kitchen looking for the swing. But I feel like now First Blood here for Aura adds that extra security. Melanie's now able to creep in. But this is a bit of a different look than from what we've seen from Melanie in the past. She's normally a pretty explosive player with the way that she likes to push onto site. But instead, this time around, being that dedicated mid-lurk.
Ooh, Melanie, such a good position to take down Tina and neutralize all of the utility that Killjoy is bringing to the table here. And Julie left in a 1v5 with only a Sheriff. It's not looking good. Melanie still has that strong position towards the kitchen and is going to cut off the rotation at its knees.
Slowly creeping back up. It's another timeout to be called because University of Michigan, they got to stop the bleeding now. It's already 2 rounds only to divide them when they were previously running away with things at 8-0 before it started to slow down. Just a bit of a breather here. Actually, I think it was 9-0 because it was 3 rounds in a row at the end there for PPG. So I'm just going to eat my words in this situation. Get the scoreboard popped up as well just to fact check me really quick. But what do you think Michigan needs to do here, Epitomes?
Well, definitely feel like they're leaving kitchen pretty uncontested a few rounds in a row. Yes, they are putting more players as the round goes on, but allowing that lurk to come through is such a terrible thing when you are thinking of the rotations that you have to make on Icebox. Mid is so important if you want to make them shorter and get to those sites quicker. And on the other hand, Powerpuff Girls, they are playing incredibly well. It feels like they are waking up into the match as well.
Yeah.
Their aim is getting crisper, their plays are more coordinated, and it's just really nice to see from teams that we know can play to this caliber.
Plus, you also Leah had those ping issues earlier, right?
That's
and then
very
it's
true.
Just like everything feels like it's going wrong for the team, and then you just gotta regroup. We saw that timeout being called in the first half. Just take a bit of a breather and settle yourselves. And Powerpuff Girls have done really well, like mental-wise, to even be able to come back this much in this matchup, being down originally 9 rounds in a row, and since then they haven't been able to be stopped. Michigan struggling to slow that roll, and the kitchen swap that you were asking for does come through. Now that means Tina has to watch under tube. Still potential for some sort of lurk, but a lot tighter of that mid hold without the need to dedicate a body towards it. It's a free plant here, but a nice denial of it with the snake bite, and Wingman goes down.
Poor Wingman.
Poor little guy.
I know, we were both thinking the exact same thing.
R.I.P. Wingman.
But the Thrash does come out to try and avenge the fallen buddy of Gecko and is able to get a detain off over there on that Killjoy. So unable to activate the Nano Swarms in time before the swarm goes down. Now with a retake situation in the hands of Michigan, with the player down on Powerpuff Girls, Melanie is going to take out the Blade Storm to try and neutralize it, and a Julie does fall. Now without the controller in play to isolate these fights, it's all in the favor of Powerpuff Girls. It's only the barrier orb that is going to be able to try and just sell these 1v1s, but Pauline ends up spamming down the spike. No defuse for University of Michigan.
Oh, it's looking tough. I mean, gotta look at the money situation here for University of Michigan, right? Powerpuff Girls, it's an eco round, so Powerpuff Girls, likelihood of them securing this next round is pretty high when it comes down to it. Should be an easy tie-up to equalize here on Icebox. Again, this is map number 1, first matchup of the day. It's a best-of-3 series. We're playing for the third place match, but it's an important match because it's the qualifying one. It's the last one to get the opportunity to land, and you want the early advantage of earning the first map in the series. And as I say that, tagged out by the drone, Tina has nowhere to go. One and done angle here onto that eco, trying to catch players off guard. We've also got a flank coming through. A lot of damage taken for it though here on the side of Michigan.
This is a good toxic screen, but they are also going so aggressive along with it. They're deciding to go ahead and flip that site, and now they know that mid is contested, and they're going to go ahead and use that Viper's Pit in order to make it that much harder for Michigan. They want to get this scoreline tied up. Sasha's gun barrel peeking out, but Aura has her back. Now all left up to Astrid, has to go through and peek one angle. Aura does fall, but Leah still inside of the Viper's Pit, and the rest of the players close by. They weren't going to let Astrid get away with that one. Powerpuff Girls, they tie up that score.
9-9, but a full loadout back into the hands of University of Michigan. But I've been talking about swing rounds all game, but this is probably one of the most imperative ones to come through. Right now, University of Michigan Pink, their money's broken, right? When it comes down to it, this is the time that you got to pull out that lockdown, you got to pull out that Hunter's Fury, use every single tool in your arsenal to find some sort of success on the defense. Right now, it's a push over towards the A side, a little bit of a death ball situation here as all 5 players of Powerpuff Girls are looking to make the entry in. Nice denial of vision though here. Comes out with the toxic screen. Lockdown expended. It's a complete back off. A Julie might be a little late, caught out at the end, but the wall goes up just in time. It's actually the attackers that save her on that one.
Still, that the Hunter's Fury being directed at the lockdown instead of the plant allows a lot of time to pass by between that plant going down. The defending lockdown is going to come through, but Aura still has a Hunter's Fury in her hands and is not using it. I think she's actually going to go ahead, try and save it for the post plant instead, and with a lot of information being given over by the recon, they don't seem to be very concerned. Now with the Hunter's Fury coming through, Pauline tries to find something after peeking top nest, but Tina is going to go ahead and try to run down the Hunter's Fury. Aura, unfortunately, only able to find one before that defuse comes through. The swing round goes into Michigan's hands. Powerpuff Girls, they unfortunately lose out.
Nice shots and really nice try coming out from PPG. But a really nice retake coming out from you, Michigan. I knew the idea there. It was just tough because Pauline, you gotta push up. You're trying to protect your Sova, but at the same time, you're required basically in that 2v4 to at least get one of those picks. Now, the swing round that Michigan needed goes into their pocket, but they're still struggling a little bit on the financial side of things. You know, it could be easily to have their money broken. I can't even speak right now into this next round, but for PPG, they did get slowed down. Curious to see if this affects their performance going into this next one, but I mean, they bounced back from a 9-round loss, so I feel like they could definitely do it.
They still have a lot of economy left in the banks as well after winning so many rounds in a row on this half as well. Now going to head once again over onto that base. We just saw that happen to Sasha. But Aura avenges Sasha, taken down by Astrid with a quick 2k in screens. Still haven't cleared out backside though, but Julie is going to make the mistake of coming out of hiding. Now it's a 4v2 situation with Scrambled Meg looking from the top rafters, and we have the Killjoy Tina looking over at screens. Melanie is in good position to hold both, but is going to focus over onto the screen side first, and now all left up to the Sage. The resurrection is in the hands, and I think Scrambled Meg was going to try and go for it, but Melanie was too quick to the trigger, and with another tied score for both these teams.
For the rest to come out too, it was pretty necessary for Tina to be able to survive afterwards. But now heading into this next round here, PPG tying things up. Momentum slowed down momentarily, finding it pretty easily once again. But this next round, University of Michigan, they're going in with a force up. That means that PPG, if they could take it here, should be a match point to come through afterwards. And that's basically what we're looking towards, right? We're trying to see who's going to be the team to first get to that coveted match point, find that advantage. I don't even know where the pick happened. We didn't get the chance to see it on the map, but all I know is that that's the resurrection forced out right off the bat early into the round. 2 ultimates expended by University of Michigan. PPG, they did, though, give up all the space they had towards A, now moving over towards the B side, where they have to worry about this KJ util.
This is some really dangerous positioning for Melanie, completely cut off from the rest of the team, and they've just lost their duelist. They still have that wingman to go ahead and plant Spike for them, though, unfortunately, not able to. Actually just runs through the Nano Swarm, and they're going to have to back off once again as that toxic screen goes down. Tina doing really well at delaying these players, not in the mood after that resurrection comes through, is going to trade it out over the life of Aura. Now with Powerpuff Girls at a deficit, 3 players left over. University of Michigan, they want to keep that lead. Not in the mood, spots one out, and with 30 seconds left, they can only plant here. Oh my god,
that's
Leah!
Huge!
That was a 2k to take out that mid control from University of Michigan, and even though it's just Leah left standing, well, 9 HP and a dream after that fight went awry for Powerpuff Girls. Leah did so much and unfortunately cannot reap the benefits.
Dude, man. Do we have replays? Like, can we roll that one back really quick? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Prod has my back. Okay. That was so much work put into those 2 frags. I mean, the spray transferred down, but the line up to just end it all. It's going to be a timeout forced on the side of PPG now, Epitomes, and University of Michigan. They're 2 rounds away from winning the first match. PPG, 3 rounds away. It's neck and neck. It's been a lot of momentum-based play, though, so far.
And it does feel like without the momentum that has been keeping Powerpuff Girls alive, they feel less dominant, and they just aren't able to get as many rounds under their belt as when they were just completely one after another after another. As soon as it's cut even a little bit, they just start faltering, and now it's trading rounds back and forth. And University of Michigan, they already had the advantage of being 9 rounds ahead. Now they continue to keep their lead, and Powerpuff Girls, they're really just trying to flip the score and get a little bit of that momentum back on their side so they can be able to overtake. Now this very well might be an overtime game, Ash.
I was waiting to see which one of us was going to say it first. I was waiting.
Caster curse.
I was like, okay, I feel like we can probably expect one of us to at least pull it out of the bag, but now we got to see what PPG can pull out from their back pocket into this next round, see if they can equalize 11-11, or if University of Michigan will hit that match point first here in map number 1. We're on Icebox, And PPG are flooding through the gates right now here on towards backside. Astrid completely alone, and Wingman gets the drop on her. The concuss is down, and University of Michigan slowly falling apart. Only 2 players left now onto this retake. And I don't know. I feel like University of Michigan tried a little bit too hard to try and hold that back site here on A.
University of Michigan with the 2 players left in the 2v4. I feel like they definitely were throwing themselves a little bit when they knew they were in a player disadvantage. And with the time getting very low as well as this open plant, it's going to be a tough one. But with Pauline spraying like that with that Phantom all up close and personal, a 4K for the get-go, as well as bringing the Thresh online, Powerpuff Girls, they seem like they're in a position to win another, looking at University of Michigan's economy as well being very fractured.
Yeah, this is not... Oh, this is tough. This is so scary. This is so scary specifically for University of Michigan, because obviously Powerpuff Girls have the big advantage here. Will likely hit that match point, but then it's on the back of University of Michigan to get OT. While it is pressure to still close out a matchup, I think that when you are the one that's around down, that is just a slight bit more of mental pressure to come through. Wait, hold on. Not in the mood tuck there. Not in the mood tuck there. There's no way the Goop actually got off on Diddy the Blind. Not that it matters, because PPG can't capitalize off of it anyways, but that felt a little bit illegal.
Not in the mood. Still on this top nest position, not displaced by the Thrash, and doing work now from University of Michigan too with the Blade Storm, and narrowly avoids that shock dart as well. Sasha getting up in a tuck position on rafters, but they know exactly where she is. She is definitely not safe with the gun barrel sticking out, and now with the right click on the Blade Storm, it's not in the mood for 3. Pauline trades it back. Aura isn't going to let the teammate die in vain. Spike's still taking time, getting lower, but there is still ample time for the retake to happen. Aura gets a little antsy, switches the angles, and it's up to Pauline now. Pauline could play time, now isolating the 1v1. Both of these players are 1 HP, but if she goes through the Viper's stream, then she's going to be decayed. But is there time for the defuse? University of Michigan, it's going to be close. 0.83 seconds, but it's a clutch to Pauline, and match point for Powerpuff Girls.
Match point for Powerpuff Girls, but if I was University of Michigan, I would be feeling good after that. Like, they got way more than they should have. Not in the mood, going so hard and getting those picks, and the rest of the team cleaning up afterwards. Such a tough situation to be in here for a Julie with just no time left on the clock.
And both of them were 1 HP as well. A breath of air could have just blown both of them over. Just a random spray through that smoke, and it would have been done for either of them. Now Powerpuff Girls on match point. Melanie going ahead and taking out the Blade Storm, trying to be the nail in the coffin for this map of Icebox. 2 ultimates available from Powerpuff Girls other than that Blade Storm as well. The Killjoy lockdown coming into play. There isn't a Hunter's Fury to neutralize it, and it's just going to be completely clearing out this site. The Dizzy coming through, screens, trying to catch out any players trying to escape, but it's just a very open plant while Leah sits on top of 410, Viper's Pit active. This looks like the nail in the coffin.
Dude, I actually can't believe Leah went for the 410 Viper's Pit in this situation. It's just so risky to stand out in the open in that situation, but so is it for Melody when you're gonna get pinged out by the recon. Retake coming through. It's a 4v4 situation. Body's starting to fall. You've got snake bites though for the delay, and like you said, I think this just might be match. Hey, yeah, the timing was there.
13-11 for Powerpuff Girls. They just got the best comeback of this Icebox matchup, and it was so close at the beginning as not at the beginning, but at the end it was so close, and it just so happens the timing matched up. They had those ultimates available, and even though they were kind of giving me anxiety the way that they were peeking outside of the Viper's pit in the very last round, it did work out for them in the end. And after this match of Valorant, we do have a message for you from PC Game Pass. If you want to speedrun your battle passes in League of Legends, in Wild Rift, in TFT, in maybe even the game we are watching today, Valorant, then you should go ahead and try out that PC Game Pass that you can get your first month for only $1.
Okay. Yeah, definitely check that out. I mean, who doesn't want access to the agents right off the bat as well? You get that first line of access, don't have to unlock those contracts, but when it comes down to it, it's only map number 1 here. Of course, this is a best of 3 series. We nearly saw it taken over to OT here on Icebox, but able to close things out. We've got map number 2, though, on the way right on the other side of this short break.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are on map 2 of our third place decider map for the Paidia Matchmaking Season Finals, and it is Powerpuff Girls versus University of Michigan Pink. I am Epitomes. I am joined here by Ash today, and we just had a banger first match on Icebox with a 9-0 comeback to 13-11 from Powerpuff Girls, and now we are headed to the map pick of University of Michigan Pink, Fracture.
Man, what a way to do it though, because it felt like everything was falling apart for Powerpuff Girls in that first half, right? I'm not even just talking about, the rounds slipping away, it turning into a 9-0 situation where they're able to claw back with that momentum, but I'm talking about the fact, Leah had to reconnect, had that big DC, and I feel like that just says a lot as to how PPG are able to adapt, are able to bring things back and reform as a functional team. But speaking of functionality as well, on Paidia Portal, they have designed a tournament feature accessible to all levels of tournaments, whether you're looking for a quick bracket with friends or hosting a big tournament with a prize pool. PaidiaGaming.com allows you to collect tournament signups, manage a bracket, communicate with players, and much more, connecting with your community. Take a look at PaidiaGaming.com as Tala and I take a look at this next matchup. We're heading over to Fracture. This time, it's the playground of University of Michigan Pink. Tala, we also got a few details there in the green room before we headed into this next match about the history between these two teams when they played 2 months ago.
So apparently they did play together on Fracture already. And in that matchup, Ash, please tell us who was the winner.
Well, it ended up being University of Michigan. So this is no surprise why we're seeing Fracture being their map pick once again. But it was another tight series. University of Michigan won that 13-11. And right now, Powerpuff Girls, they've got a light underneath them, but I'm sure that University of Michigan can take this the distance. Already seeing the locks coming through. Does Sasha really pick? No, okay.
No,
Sasha's trolling.
no.
Sasha's trolling. After the swap over to Neon, I was like, okay, all good. She's trolling. I don't need to take what she's picking or hovering seriously until it's locked.
I mean, Melanie locked in the Phoenix, and some might argue that's a troll pick, but
Not Melanie's hands.
Yeah, Melanie just locked that in. And we are looking at a Fade and Breach combination as well. So all that we're missing from this combination is that Sentinel. And I'm wondering if they are going to pick a Sentinel at all. Okay, well, Sasha is a Killjoy player. Yeah. She's gonna go pick a Sentinel, and it's going to be Killjoy. Well, on the other side, University of Michigan, they have a role reversal here. So you still have a Julie playing that smokes. You still have Astrid playing an initiator, but Tina, who was previously on the Killjoy, now on Raze. Scrambled Egg, who was previously on the Sentinel, is now playing, I actually do not remember, it was just in front of my face, but Not in the Mood was playing KO, which is now an initiator. So Not in the Mood is now going to be the one who's looking to set up Tina.
So yeah, the role swaps do work. I mean, when it comes down to both of these teams, I feel like that flexibility is a good thing in the sense of just having comfortability on a variety of agents, just being able to switch up the synergies and where you're playing overall. Especially, I mean, we know Jet players and Raze players can be like total opposites sometimes, right? Mm-hmm. So it's going to be interesting to see how Tina also works on this Raze, who's a bit more explosive in that sense. Like, Jet, while an entry duelist, can sometimes be set on that lurking role solo because they can get out. And Tina, we saw her on the Sentinel over on Icebox, and she was super lurky, super flanky on that role, and it's just not something that you can pull off as much on a Raze because of the type of utility you have and what's important with your positioning and having that nade available and trading out your teammates. So far, just really slow start here from PPG. Waiting to see if the aggression does come through. Instead, University of Michigan Pink, sure, they take that A Hall's control, but they're not overextending quite yet. For PPG, that means that they're walking straight into the trap here of U Michigan. That's nanos all across front site.
Yeah, the nanos are definitely a huge concern, especially on the pistol, and Melanie immediately taken down after getting that vulnerability status put on by the alarm bot, and this is leaving Powerpuff Girls in a really tough position already with the pinch able to come through over on that flank side on the north, but Leah is trying to make some space over here in arcade. But there's that turret that's blocking her off, and it seems like the flank is also backing off as well. Tina, though, going alone, not playing the buddy system, and is immediately isolated and taken down.
A lot of stall coming through though. Aftershock does so much that no way the hook actually doesn't go through the door. That's so unfortunate. Gosh. This is a round loss for PPG. Surely University of Michigan. No, tap the spike. Not planted in time though, and yeah, Michigan, they can run away with this one really comfortably. Just clean up after the fact.
Yeah, the time was just getting so low, and Melanie running in by herself without any support, getting isolated by the nanoswarms and the alarm bot and killed by Scrambled Meg from tower. That was just, you know, a recipe for disaster, especially on a map like Icebox. You need that space maker, and Phoenix is definitely one of the weaker duelists in the roster when it comes to making space for the team when in comparison to a Raze or a Jet, who are among the best. And even a Neon could have done that job a little bit better than Phoenix does here when you already have a breach in your team composition.
Interesting start here though to the round. Pop Flash out with that curveball, but still a lot of space to be given up here by PPG. Able to finally break through. It's a trade for a trade, but that's a Spectre that I believe could be recovered here deep into A halls, and University of Michigan right now aren't doing much to actually contest that just due to the sheer number of players that we're seeing. But look at the flank coming through right now. University of Michigan, they're fully pushed out on the B side. Leah, the lone waiter here. Cover might be just enough bait, though, to have the push out actually come to fruition from not in the mood, and the shot rings true. Leah lines up the head, and that pick is huge to convert this eco round for PPG.
Yeah, Scrambled Meg is able to find one, though. Finds a second onto Leah.
No.
Oh, you're about to eat your words, Ash. But still 10 HP on this last player from University of Michigan Pink, and they're in a good crossfire position as long as they don't give Scrambled Meg the ones. Walking out now.
There's no way.
Yeah. Thrifty for Powerpuff Girls. They've converted an eco round in their favor, and honestly, gotta give props to Leah for that flank watch and able to just bait out the peak from not in the mood, going for that flank. And since on the defense, it's really tough on Fracture as well, since the easiest way to play the defense on Fracture is to go for those pinch plays. Not in the mood thought that she had it.
That's tough. That is tough. I just love how the toxic screen was just so bait to be like, okay, I have a little bit of cover. I can just like creep up here, get behind the spawn box. Nobody's surely waiting. Why would they be? But
surely.
I feel like that just also speaks as to how these two teams have probably studied each other going into today's event, right? Haunt comes out, information found, but also denied at the same time. Nice pop flash to really delay right now. It's just utility across the site here on the B side. Things are getting super scrappy, a little bit wacky, and a shorty into tower is something PG have to watch. No! They don't even have to go in! They don't even have to go in!
Oh no! Melanie still over here with the heal though from the Blaze. They have to go pick up the spike, but able to block a little bit of the information out. Powerpuff Girls should be able to get that spike down, but tower still being contested. Still Melanie with the firepower, able to clutch that one out and reclaim control of the high ground. Now all left up to a Julie in a 1v2 situation. Canteen blocked off by the hot hands, so a Julie doesn't really have that many positions where she can play. Ara's watching the foremost one. Okay, that looked like it should have hit on the first shot, but Powerpuff Girls, they do win it in the end.
Hey, we've seen a lot of things that should have, should not have hit, whatever it is. It's, you know, it's Valorant, precise gunplay, right? When it comes down to it. But, man, I'm scared right now. If I'm University of Michigan, I'm pretty nervous. Because you got a lot of ult orbs to play with. And Melanie, she's on that Phoenix. You know that they are farming that run it back. It's always been such a big entry point for PPG when the Phoenix is in play. Ult orb, ult is already online here, so could very much use it knowing that Michigan are finally buying up once again. Try and just deny any economy building from them if able to find those picks and whatnot, but still gotta make your way on towards site before that can happen. A deep start for the run it back to make sure that it's safe, and Tina is just gonna be the one to look to cut it down, and no one is able to follow up here for Melanie with the delay to come through and the value denied here from Michigan.
They're still trying to head in.
What?
Through drop, but what? Tina finding two there? And now Powerpuff Girls, they're at a deficit. Julie's in such a good position. They weren't able to get a good read in Sands, and Nano might be the one to take a Julie down. No, the Brim survives with literally 1 HP, and now it's left up to Sasha to plant this spike in a 1v3 situation. Could be a 1v2 if she just, you know, gets a nice place walled bang and is able to clinically clear. Not in the mood, but it's still too much with Scramble Meg. Goes for the gunfight. Powerpuff Girls, they are tied at 2-2.
Big reason why this worked out though was the super shallow incendiary coming out from the side of University of Michigan. The fact that we had that come through just completely delay Julie being able to isolate Melanie in that kind of sense, splitting her up from the team, and anyone trying to push out of the smoke doesn't necessarily know that there is a molly down until it's too late. And this allows University of Michigan to continue to buy up into this next round. Either side, though, could easily have their economy broken with how neck and neck the series is so far, 2-2. But constantly, it's the A main pressure that University of Michigan look for. They're always looking for that space to get early information, trusting that Scrambled Meg can hold down the 4 onto the B side, and that's both lockdowns out early.
Both lockdowns coming through. Attacker lockdown going to just pop slightly quicker, so they just neutralize one another. Now looking towards that A main hold, it's once again the Killjoy, or the Raze and the Breach being set up together, but Melanie is making space already. That flash has gone through, and the curveball does hit. Melanie clearing out the space in tower and claiming it for Powerpuff Girls. Spike heading over in the hands of Pauline, using that fault line to delay the push through Canteen, and now an open plant spot for Powerpuff Girls right at the front of those boxes. The post-plant positions are good as well. Now Nano Swarms both on the spike, while the Poison Orb is also on top of it. They could totally just play lineups now and play for that time.
You see Leah right now. They are definitely playing for lineups right now.
Leah, where are you?
I don't know. I don't even know how long the lineup's going to take to actually land, but luckily they have nanos too. You got 2 players in towards tower as well. Pauline's got both of those flashes, but the knife is big. The suppression denies a lot of that utility. But still, with the position that Leah is in, this is something that University of Michigan are going to have to keep mind of going into those future rounds, knowing that PPG have incredibly safe lineup spots where they don't have to be anywhere near main, and they'll play them if they have the numbers.
Yeah, but the only downside of that is you're really leaving your
Yeah.
initiators and duelists in a hard position to get themselves onto site without that extra firepower, because you have Pauline planting the spike, you have Aura just trying to clear that space for Melanie. So when you have Sasha and Leah playing for the lineups instead, it's definitely going to feel like a little bit of a deficit. But since it is the attacking side, they do have a few less players on each side, except for in this round. This round is the exception where University of Michigan have decided to stack all the way onto A.
Gamble stack that it is, and it's a really good read. I mean, you've got the spike traveling here. You get that in hand with some close range weapons into halls, and that's really tough to recover. Doesn't check the side, but the flick is just better coming out from Sasha. Null command popped, and that's the green light for PPG to rotate away, try to find some safety elsewhere, and little is known to them that B is completely open.
Only downside here is that we do see the toxic screen already being used over on that A side, but since they do have the Phoenix in the hands, they can use the Blaze Wall as a sort of supplement. Sasha getting the spike down, can't get off site to play the lineups though, instead going to place all that utility a little bit more aggressively and play a really tough position though. Being stunned, doesn't get spotted,
didn't see,
and is able to spam down. What? Oh my god, not the Bucky. Astrid comes out on top of the gunfight in a nick of time, but Melanie is able to trade two right on back. Leah not in play, and neither is the Killjoy, so there's no lineups to be had here. And with this entirely smoked off, not in the mood, the smoke, even with the curveball, and just Melanie going down in a blaze of fiery glory, while University of Michigan find a thrifty in their favor.
This Fracture matchup is just back to back to back with rounds right now. It's such a different look from both sides. I mean, Icebox was a momentum game. It was several rounds in a row for both teams, 9 for the side of Michigan before PPG steal that away, take that momentum. But here, we're really going just totally back and forth, and nobody can get too comfortable with the position that they're in. Economy wise for the team, ult economy wise, especially when you got Melanie's like running around. Like, she just popped the run it back. Now she's only 2 away from having it online again. We're only halfway into this half.
Could go either way. Oh my goodness. Well, Sasha didn't know which way was up or down. But still, it's a Rosa from Tina, but still gets there with the rifle.
There's no way you just called Tina out like that. That's so messed up, Epitomes. I can't believe.
She was going for the, all or nothing play, and I respect it.
Well, not wrong with the call. Okay, no, but this time, okay, I was like, we couldn't really see because we're watching Tina's perspective, but Tina's just tucked in the corner. She still finds a third somehow.
She made up for it.
She did make up for it, but like, I saw Leah like creeping up out of the corner of my eye, and I was like, there's no way. If Leah gets one here, and I'm just stressing in my mind, but I feel like that tells you, like, your casters are stressed out. Can you imagine how stressed out the teams must be? Like, it's so interesting to see because you see, like, University of Michigan, they're pretty clinical on their A main control with what they want to happen there. PPG, more like objective based on Fracture because they're trying to farm those orbs. But when it comes to the actual fights that are happening, they're just always so scrappy because there's so many just like moving parts involved, whether it's utility, whether it's just multiple members of the team facing off against each other. Very rarely in these matchups so far on Fracture have we seen 1v1s really been taken unless forced into that situation after everyone else has died.
Yeah, and I feel like this is also an experience that you get when you just have four initiators in general playing on any map. On the side of University of Michigan, they have two flash initiators that can literally just throw utility at you from all angles. And with the fault lines coming out from both sides, I think they both have an idea of how you're supposed to play Fracture, and they just fault line those common angles and try and get those players concussed. But it just ends up both sides are concussed and neither of them can capitalize off of that utility. So now Powerpuff Girls, they are down around, but they do have the full buy this time, and they are splitting over on that B site. It's not very often that you see these players go for that 2-3 split, especially on a map like Fracture, where you need to be on opposite sides of the map.
I think what's really big, though, about the knife that we just saw come through is the fact that it revealed Holland. And that's the player who has the Rolling Thunder right now. I say that, of course, Melanie's going to be the opener, steal the show, in a sense, if you will, but Scrambled Meg not going to be checked here. Back towards Dice, gets one, not able to secure the second. PPG, they walk away still with a player advantage, but a three-person flank to come through here from University of Michigan. I think they have a Rolling Thunder of their own, about to be ripped here on towards site. That's a snake bite that finds so much value, buys enough time to reposition, but the pinch comes through. Tina to assist here in towards tower, left in a 2v2 situation. Swarms to delay, smokes to come out, but we've seen the sprays coming out before, and you've got two to fight with. A Julie only with 1 health on the clock, looking to whittle away at the guns of PPG. Can't win out the round. Things are tied up here, 4-4.
And even with that 4-4 score line, can all of these players buy back in? Powerpuff Girls, they've had a pretty fractured economy for a few rounds now, and it seems like that is the case with this round as well, since it's always so down to the wire with both of these teams. But even then, Michigan has that buffer of the 2 rounds in a row that they won previously and still have the full shields. But other than that, it seems like Powerpuff Girls, they're really struggling with the economy and having to buy rifles every round. However, to make up with that, they can supplement with the fact they have the 3 ultimates available. Last time we saw the lockdown used, it was completely neutralized, but this time it can find some value, especially in that underpass position.
I'm curious to see maybe like even a fake come through, because as soon as PPG's not showing any presence towards A, Michigan's pushing out, whether it's Halls, whether it's Dish, they're finding that info early, and the read is that it's always a dedicated site split.
Ooh.
That
this
pick,
is
though,
such a good play.
It's huge to come in here.
They knew that there was someone that had to be tower, had 2 players in arcade playing that crossfire, just chef's kiss from Powerpuff Girls to take out that one player. Now they're just continuing to whittle down at Michigan's numbers. They know that they're going to go on the flank. They like to have this flank presence, and Tina is trying to take the duels on 1v1. Sasha is able to find it, and now it's a Guardian out of Aura, so it's definitely going to be a tough fight against this Phantom, but the Haunt is going to help her out, and now Tina does go down. All left individually. Okay, that was almost like ships in the night, but Team Ace for Powerpuff Girls, they bring themselves ahead and finally cinch a lead.
It got scary there, but what I want to say is that even though Powerpuff Girls, they earned that round, Michigan, they're making adjustments. They know that PPG can play these lineups, right? So they're really prioritizing finding that flank control, forcing the side of PPG to play more towards site and not really have that lineup positioning that they're comfortable with. So I like that adjustment coming through, because it does make PPG have to rethink how they want to handle that, especially towards the B side. But now it's aggression here again from University of Michigan down towards Dish. They've been switching it up back and forth round for round. Lose 1, and that's an important player for Michigan, because that's no stall left here, no cover to be given. Lines of sight easy for the side of PPG, somehow cleaning up that crossfire. Now spike planted, retake game again, and both players incredibly weak.
Melanie, looking towards that arcade side, this is a really good hold over for a post plant positioning, and even though they are not, or Are they playing for lineups this time around? I can't tell genuinely with the way that they're positioned, but they still have to clear out Melanie first, and she's got a backup with Leah coming in. Even if Leah wasn't there immediately, they could have been a very good trade to come out of that last round. Powerpuff Girls are going to continue with that momentum. University of Michigan, it's only 2 rounds in between, but Powerpuff Girls, they have at least 6 going into that next half.
Sit very comfortably at this point. It's like you're guaranteed an even half no matter what. You can only really go up from here, right? If you're PPG before you swap sides. And that's just such a nice position to be in, and it's been really nice for PPG because they've just been farming ult orbs, to be honest. Like, Melanie's just been going off, like, whether in a pair or even solo, trying to get something into that run it back. It's another one to come through. No one is ever really contesting it outside of the A side, where truly the only orb that Michigan tried to keep track of is the one here into A halls. And this positioning is really nice here from Tina, but it's also a one and done, so super dangerous if she does get caught out. Decides to pull back just a little bit, not wanting to get isolated, knowing that there's the safety of a KJ set up behind her.
On the A side, Tina, good peek, and oh my gosh, pulls out the rocket in the open. The showstopper completely wasted, and there's the run it back to come through and clear out the A site as well. Now knowing that site itself is clear, Aura pinging so many with the Nightfall as well, and with the Prowlers coming through, they are having so much delay power. Now with Powerpuff Girls having spiked down, it's a retake situation to come through from U Michigan once again. Incendiary being fired, trying to clear out that close corner and forcing Sasha out of position, but Sasha fighting 2 into Sands, and it's just all Powerpuff Girls in the kill feed. University of Michigan, they fall short for another round.
Last round before we swap sides though here. University of Michigan, this is hard, because I mean, Fracture is a very attacker-sided map, so again, we can see a completely different look coming out from Pink once we swap sides, knowing that this is their map pick as well. But at the same time, you can't deny the fact that PPG have kind of just been taking all the map control that they can. University of Michigan, they do so as well, but more in response to where PPG is positioned. This time, switching things up. First time pushing out towards the B side. Previously, it's always been that A push that PPG are waiting for. But they're diligent enough to expect that Michigan might try to swap things up on them. Lockdown comes out, but nobody's home.
Well, lockdown destroyed by the orbital strike means no more delay for Powerpuff Girls, but it doesn't mean that they can't get that spike down, and they're able to just take the swarm grenades out as well. The second one is going to miss, but with full 5 players on Powerpuff Girls being able to contest this post plant, and U Michigan only having their 3, it's going to be a tough one and an uphill battle for these players. They're able to get themselves past that arcade position, but the C's comes through, and it's just spray downs from all angles. Another round going over to Powerpuff Girls and handing over an 8-4 half as the side switch.
Powerpuff Girls, 5 rounds in a row to end out the first half of the game. You could say that they're fast tracking into a potential series win here, but something else that you could fast track is your Valorant game. With PC Game Pass, members will unlock all current agents, 20% match XP boost given to the Battle Pass, Event Pass, and active agent contract progress. Plus, get day 1 access to every new agent as they're released. Join now, GamePass.com. Get your first month for $1. Hit them up. Maybe you can learn out that Gecko tech that we saw there on map number 1. But refocusing now into this matchup, Epitomes. This is University of Michigan's map pick. They're on the attack now. Stronger side here for Fracture, but this pistol is pivotal for them to find any potential at success going into the later portions of this half.
Looking over to Michigan's A take now. They're doing a 2-3 split, both on the other sides of the map. Melanie being delayed for a second by Knight, but oh my god. Melanie just walks straight into the paint shells, and Sasha has to try and make up for lost time, but it's not enough. One trade out, and Powerpuff Girls in a 3v4, just like that.
Yeah, but look at where the spike's going. You're going to have a rotation cut off in north side spawn right now as Leah finds Astrid, but rest of the team run through halls. Free plant here on the A side. That last smoke was laid down to watch towards CT, but they know that they do have to be worried about a drops player, and there's no cover really to be provided for the side of University of Michigan any longer.
Retake situation for Powerpuff Girls. Now Leah turning the corner, and Julie is able to find one, but Pauline, even with the vulnerability status, does take the head off. Not in the mood. Now a 1v2 situation. It's going to be tough. 22 HP. Aftershock forces out the players from their angles, but Julie is just quicker to the trigger. 5 for Michigan, and they're winning their pistol, trying to close that gap down to 2 points with this buy-up.
Tough for Pauline too, because she was super low in that situation. Both the Michigan players very healthy in the post plant as well. You just hope to do a lot of damage in that situation, but that was the round needed here for University of Michigan to avoid PPG potentially going to that double digit early. Now opportunity to close the gap, make it only a 2-round lead here that PPG can hold on to. And if I were University of Michigan right now, I'm looking at a Julie's alt point status, right? You got 4 orbs in, maybe just try to farm some, get those eco frags here. They're waiting for the aggressive push that you can expect to come out from PPG time and time again. The Endeavor doesn't happen. Leah's just trying to be a bit of a baiting presence, but things don't quite work out. And now it's Sasha alone in a 1v5.
Yeah, Sasha, 2 options: go through the door, make noise, or try and peek the long range with the classic, and neither one is good. But unfortunately, unable to find even one pick. The flawless comes through for Michigan, and going into the next round, orbital strike active for our spike planter, Julie.
Got that up, got that ready, and that's a huge potential round maker, or round difference maker coming out from Michigan going into their bonus, right? Which is looking super strong. Didn't lose any of those SMGs going into it. And I feel like you just, in this situation, there's 4 orbs to work with here on Fracture, right? Go shopping a little bit. Maybe try to get not in the mood, have that null command a little bit closer to coming online. Instead, they're looking to stick together. The flash comes out, Leah's gonna fall.
Leah going down now in the gun round, while Michigan still has that player advantage. Is so unfortunate. And now Melanie looking for that early peek, heard the reload, but has to contest with either a boom buddy or the player, and is going to choose the player. Now hot hands available to go ahead and heal up, but the rotation has been called for University of Michigan. They're going to go through spawn and all the way onto that A site. Killjoy still alive though, and can go ahead and pop those nano swarms whenever necessary. However, being shot out as they walk up gets a little bit of chip damage down, but not enough to prevent that plant. Tower control being taken over by University of Michigan's as they get set up for the post plant.
Interesting positioning. I mean, you're trying to cleave those close quarters with the Spectres, right? But that also means that you're going to try and hide for a long time if you want to use that orbital strike in the end. Might not need it, though, as gunfights do come down here. Sasha left with 21 HP, though. We're equalized 2-2. The KJs are low, but not in the mood. Around the corner for the trade. Ara, 1v2 situation. The delay is there. You've got Meg underneath. The swing comes out. It's a phantom moment, though, and time is ticking down. There's no more left in this clock. And Michigan, they take the bonus round, and that is huge to close this gap.
7 to 8 now, and it's already been 3 in a row. Powerpuff Girls, they may have to surrender another one considering their economy. They don't have enough to buy rifles. It's just going to be sheriffs at the most here and a few light shields across the board, and they don't have a single ultimate ready either to try and close that gap. On the other hand, a Julie, resident orb collector and spike planter, has been able to farm up that orbital strike, and it can clear out so much space and destroy a lot of utility in the process. So B site isn't safe, and A site most definitely isn't safe with the close corners. But Sasha, that's an aggressive push. They've already traded one out, and it's not for a 1-for-1, but still on an eco round, it is pretty effective. And as I say that, Scrambled Egg just gets a 2-person spray down.
Yeah, Eco Frag's coming through here. Pauline's only got a sheriff to work with. Nearly all the util up. The only thing missing is the fault line. So flashpoints could be big to try and isolate some players, catch them off guard. But otherwise, this round is essentially a tie-up here for the side of University of Michigan. Unless Pauline can somehow, pop off immensely, but there's just too many angles to check. Julie just got to swing, check that cross. Now 8 to 8 here, a timeout finally being called to Michigan. They've gotten the last 4 rounds in a row.
2 ultimates available now for Powerpuff Girls. This is looking a little bit similar to Icebox. We're seeing a comeback play come through from University of Michigan after being down 8-4. This is the buy-up round for Powerpuff Girls, so I'm not surprised that they want to put it on pause and try and realign themselves a little bit more. Definitely feels like they are fracturing when they're going for these plays, the aggression on the eco rounds, and just getting picked off one by one.
I think the other thing too is that PPG so consistently on their ecos do they push out as like 3 to 4 players that University of Michigan have the read like every single time. It's on Fracture, it's a little bit different because it is a gamble of, okay, are we going to stack towards the bottom spawn or the top spawn to try and fight that? Because you don't know where PPG is going to be pushing from, but you know that they're pushing from somewhere, and you're going to try and counter that. Luckily, it's a rifling round to come through now for PPG. You've got that running back up. You've got that lockdown available as well. So this is a round that I would be looking towards the retake for PPG to find that success, to use all the tools that they have available to with the most value that they could possibly provide.
The haunt coming out early allows them to get a little bit of that info. There are players towards that B side, at least 2, and now with confirmation of the paint shells in tower means that there's going to be a lot more commitment. But Pauline, such good timing on the swing, and Melanie and Aura are doing so much for the round. It is just a breakdown over here on the B site. Astrid, last player left up, and Aura very quickly will dismantle that.
Poor Tina. Man, like, actually, poor Tina. I feel like Tina's been caught out with Raise Util just so many times at this point. And I know how rough that definitely feels, because it's like timing for things that you wouldn't even necessarily expect. Like, you don't expect or anticipate Astrid to actually, like, disrespect the swing in that, the smoke and swing in that situation, right? So it's just completely catching her off guard. Or I should say Pauline, not Astrid. Got my breaches mixed up here on either side, but man. I'm looking at the setup here now from U Michigan. They're looking towards that A site once again. PPG, they move their KJ over though. Covering over that A side. Keeping a hold on towards that hall spawn. But for the side of U Michigan, they do favor getting some sort of drop control regardless.
That Killjoy now putting the lockdown through, but the A site is completely clear. It's the Sands hold that's being really emphasized by Powerpuff Girls, but this is also such a dangerous situation. Their only escape is up the ropes, and if they get caught out, it's going to be really hard to fire back. Oh my god, Sasha, that was a scary fight, but still Tina does fall. They stop them from pushing any further into CT spawn, and Spike still has not been put down, although they will try to get into a better position. And now the nanoswarms? No? Oh, those are the attacking nanoswarms. I got a little bit lost.
No.
Oh my,
Wait,
no
that's so
way.
sad. That is so sad.
Didn't spot Astrid in the close corner. So now Melanie loses out on both the ultimate as well as her life. Sasha tries to make something work here, and it's left up to Aura after the clone kill comes through. Now Aura, trying to peek through onto A main, is still aware that she could get flanked through that door. Finds one on the way down, an admirable fight from the Fade, but still a 9-9 scoreline as they once again bounce this score back and forth.
Oh, that was hard to watch. That was just hard to watch. Like, I can't put it any other way. I gotta be honest with the chat, right? Like, if you're Melanie, that's just a tough situation to be in. You expect that safety, like the potential to just like pop out there, but I feel like a lot of people do still forget that change over onto drop, right? The fact that it just juts out in that corner more than the rest, and it's like exposed to that little sliver of a platform. But now it's a close knife here because University of Michigan, they don't want to fall to the Sands play once again. So good for Sasha to get that cross though, and it just swings to be called here. Really nice micro hold from PPG. Players playing together, playing that double up, getting the trades and pushing all of Michigan back into their spawn. So little health available for Meg as well, and this team, sure, you can maybe try to rotate over, but you also have no information right now. Michigan, they've been playing largely just 5 together on their A push. If it's towards halls with a stack, that means that PBG could be crypt up anywhere behind you. They could have that sewers control. They could be, you know, over towards arcade. You have no idea what you're walking into.
Tina slowly trying to lurk up. Only one blast pack in the kit, and Scrambled Meg tries to turn for the pick, but Melanie is just so precise with the shots. And it was the mini hold, like you said, over on A in the mini games that were being played by Powerpuff Girls that helped them push them over the edge for that round. And speaking of mini games, if you would like to discover some new games and be able to play them on Game 1, be sure to check out Xbox's PC Game Pass, and you can try that for their very first month for only $1. So if that's something you're interested in, go ahead and try it out.
Oh, maybe only $1, but none of these teams here are selling rounds. Match is so close, down to the wire right now. Again, I mean, for PPG, they're a map up, right? This is to qualify for land. The opportunity to go to CECC Arlington in Texas and get that experience under your belt, participate in the show match. And right now, PPG, they're up 1 round here on the map pick of Michigan. Defender Killjoy ult to come in, deny space, but the pick to come through. Pauline holding an off angle, and this is getting scary. 2 players detained. What is happening? What was the decision making behind this?
I think they thought the orbital strike would take out the lockdown, but it wasn't in time. And Aura, now with the Nightfall pinking so many players, unfortunately the Prowler could have evened things out. And now all up to Leah with the Viper's Pit over on the A side, has a long rotation to go. They know that Viper's Pit is still active and just recently went down. Scrambled Meg has the time to go for a plant and is going to go safe in that corner. Oh, Leah has the utility out now, 26 HP after being headshot with the Phantom. It's the tower play now. Oh, a wraparound from Leah? They know, they have the read. Oh my gosh, and Scrambled Meg is able to turn for the flick. Leah so close to getting away with that play, but now a 10-10 scoreline once again for University of Michigan. They are fighting to get to that third map.
The woman was too stunned to speak.
Yes.
That was just like the tower fight. I was like, man, Going up the rope. Okay, this is dangerous. Okay, they're checking. Okay, Meg's not looking. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, flick to the head. Meg's got this. 18 and 12. Don't doubt her ever again. But 10 to 10. Everything on the line again here for both sides. For Michigan, they're itching for a third map to prove themselves for PPG. Wanting to close things out early. Leah's overcommitted to the swing here in towards Dish. That's a controller down here for the side of PPG, and Michigan now feeling a lot more confident in scaling up towards the site, knowing that they won't have their vision cut off, knowing that they have, you know, the free swings in, they lay down their smokes, the KJ ult comes out, and that should be an easy free site. But again, you gotta worry about that Sands positioning that they got caught out by previously.
Oh, this is so much Killjoy utility as well. That's completely cut off Tina from the rest of the team, but there's nobody to capitalize off of it. Now a nice safe plant into that deep corner over on the A side, allowing for the hold, but oh my gosh. Tina able to find Pauline. Sasha trades to back, however, after a peek in through door with only a Bulldog, and now can pick up that Phantom. Melanie has the backup as well. It's just Sasha and Melanie ringing true with their bullets for this round, and a lockdown on its way to coming into fruition as well.
That was absolutely massive for Sasha to be able to get those picks there. I mean, it could have been an easy 2 for Tina, but the flick around, just the absolute snap. And now it's a timeout to be called here. Not in the mood. Calling that for you, Michigan. Pink. It's PPG. 1 away from match point, 2 away from series. Michigan. They got to play perfect, basically, from here on out. Try and take that W and take us all the way here to the third.
Now that last push was just completely dismantled by Sasha going in through doors. Since they had all 5 push drop, and Tina was only looking to re-clear over on the A main side, make sure that there was nobody there, Sasha completely took the team off guard coming in through Sands. And that is a huge problem when you're coming in from the north side of the map as well. You have direct access to the site, but you haven't completely cleared out Sands and the CT side, so there are a lot of angles that you can be taken out from, especially when it comes in terms of verticality as well.
I feel like what would have been interesting is if there isn't quite enough time to actually get a KJ ult back online here in this half. I mean, unless Meg goes like hunting for these orbs for the next 2 rounds. But when it comes down to it, I think it would be interesting if we do see another lockdown come out by some sort of miracle. It would be sending Tina over towards that Sands positioning, nading through and just like trying to do damage, or an aftershock even, so you don't have to even open that door. But on Eco, speeding things up here, you Michigan. Just going together towards that B side, which was pushed up. Sewers already claimed though by PPG. They are always so fast to push out defensively.
Yeah, now claiming a lot of space in underpass as well. They're going to be a lot more hesitant to push towards that arcade side. So they're basically all corralled over here on the south side of the map. And sitting here right next to the doorway in Sands are 2 players, and they are playing the buddy system incredibly well. Powerpuff Girls have just been trying to play the trades. They're watching each other's backs. But now this is scary because it's 2 very defensively sided players with only snake bites as well as the nanos that are already on the site. So it's going to be hard for them to fight this one out if they do get fully flashed, but they're not even contesting door. They just have a player, a Julie, who was only sitting there so she could smoke, and is now just headed up to A main with the rest of the squad, and they definitely hear the footsteps. They know that there's someone there, and Melanie with the run it back is able to get a lot of info as well. Basically just a human drone, and gives the okay for Sasha as well as Leah to just push out, and they're not even looking. The time was low, the players were low, the health was low, and at the end of the day, it's Powerpuff Girls with the round.
I feel like with the amount of times we've seen PPG dedicate Scrambled Meg, or not Scrambled, Sasha and Leah over towards that Sands positioning, you Michigan have just kind of left it too many times in a row at this point. Like, you know that if these two players are doubled up, they're playing Sands together, like 90% of the time. And University of Michigan, I feel like they contested it once, it went poorly, but really don't put much pressure on it from there on out. And that's just too much respect to give over towards PPG, because if you give them an inch, they will take a mile.
Powerpuff Girls and University of Michigan now contesting the A site. Sasha takes one down with her as she's traded out by a Julie, but now so many ultimates being invested. The null command just expiring as they get themselves onto the site. A nice deep corner for the plant once again. The fault line concusses both of the players on the site, and Leah has a good angle trying to just force out the corner. The vulnerability status has been placed. Leah sprays the Julie down, and the Prowler is going a little bit haywire trying to spot out. Not in the mood under sight, not in the mood, still able to find one, but after the trades are said and done, it's scrambled Meg on their own in a 1v2. Leah immediately neutralizes the Killjoy, and Powerpuff Girls, they bring themselves to 13 after a hard-fought match on Fracture, but on University of Michigan's map pick, they are able to close out 13-10.
Powerpuff Girls said, "You took a dub over us on Fracture once, 13-11. We're not going to let it happen again. We've done our homework and we've come out better." PPG, it's a much different look that we saw in map number 2 compared to their icebox play, where they did feel more disjointed, weren't really in positions to actually capitalize off of each other, got isolated a lot. Now they really tightened things up, and I love to see the immediate switch coming out from this team epitomes to be playing those swings, to be prioritizing that.
And that's one of the best things about Powerpuff Girls, is that they are so adaptable. And even though they had lost Fracture in the past, they have a lot more that they can adapt to with their rotating team comps, with the fact that they're comfortable on a variety of agents, and they don't have that many set comps. And they haven't played Fracture too much before either, so there isn't footage of them knowing what they're actually going to be bringing to the table, and you kind of have to learn as you play. So Powerpuff Girls, huge congratulations to them for being able to close that one out on such a tough fought map and against such a tough opponent as well, and that grants them the spot to go to Arlington, Texas for its CECC.
Yeah, huge W here to earn that third place here for the side of Powerpuff Girls. Send them all the way over towards land, but we do have to send over to a break because we got the top 2 teams here in playoffs coming up next, guys. They're going to be playing it out in the finals here for seeding to see who actually gets a bye round going into the land stage to just play into finals for that best of 1 show match to come up. But that's a ways away. So we're going to send over to a quick break. While we are gone, though, you guys should head over to GamePass.com, check out Xbox and everything that PC Game Pass has to offer, and get your first month for just $1. We'll see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the Paidia Cup playoffs. We've got two teams coming up here for the finals to duke it out in the seeding. When it comes down to it, it's going to be UH Scarlet versus Carleton FE. We just came off the back of a heated matchup, epitomes, between Powerpuff Girls and the side of University of Michigan, and I'm anticipating something just as close here going into this last series.
Yeah, I mean, UH Scarlet and University of Carleton have a pretty heated history.
Yeah.
They have played against one another in the CECC qualifiers. So both teams are already guaranteed to go to Texas, and University of Carleton was also guaranteed even before this because they came in first in the Paidia CECC qualifiers, and they are also going to be the first all-female team that is being represented in a CECC Cup.
Whew, that's a lot of weight to bear on your shoulders, though, at the same time, too. But competition's going to get heated there at LAN, but it's got to get heated in the server here first today, because we got to find out who gets the bye phase. Or not bye phase, but bye round, if you will, here between UH Scarlet and Carleton FE. Before you get to that point, we do have to find out which maps we'll be playing on, though. The picks and bans about ready to come through. Epitomes, walk me through it.
So we already have Pearl coming out from UH Scarlet, and this is a map that they've played on before. They have dominated on it before, so it's definitely scary from University of Carleton looking at that being the first map. But Carleton taking us on to the second map, we are going on a trip to Lotus, and this is just a map that you don't see very often. I think it's going to be incredibly fun to watch since it's just something that is usually banned out in the first round of bans. Instead, they decided no Haven, no Icebox. And that's very wise from both of these sides because those are comfort maps for each of them. And I'm just really excited.
Well, we're getting a really fun map pool going into this next series. I know that the teams are itching to get ready as well to send into lobby. So when it comes down to this Pearl pick coming out from UH Scarlet, what agents are you expecting to come through here for either side?
Well, I definitely feel like we're going to see a Harbor, at least one Harbor, because I know that Carleton has played Harbor in the past, and I do anticipate that they may play it again. But that doesn't look like it's going to be the case. They're just going to lock that in really fast, and it's going to be Astra for that controller on both sides. And when you said they were itching to play, they really were itching.
Hey, they're raring to go. They're looking forward to this matchup. It's a rematch, right? So a little bit of a rivalry situation to see if UH Scarlet can maybe pay back Carleton for taking them down previously. But, I mean, it's just been so close between both these teams every single time they've faced off, despite the fact that it's been 2-0 score lines for Carleton up against UH in the last two times that they did play against each other. Starting off, though, CU on the defense and UH Scarlet on the attacking side. Looking for that mid-control early on based on this positioning. Might see Altair just trying to help out Orchid frag out here in towards mid. Find some openings for this duelist to push in, make space, and cause chaos on the Carleton side.
Carleton looking at the A side control and emphasizing mid control as well as UH Scarlet. They're working with their duelist into Heart or that B connector. But it seems like they decided that A site is going to be that site of choice. Off to a slow start, but things are starting to rear to go. With the smoke helping themselves out, they're able to isolate Aquanoctium, and Tranquil, though, just trades it right back. This is just such a meltdown from UH Scarlet, just in a blaze. I'm not even sure what happened, but that was a blitz round for sure.
Super quick entry there, but Carleton just able to swarm around, take out these players, and now anti-eco into their hands. Looking at what's going on, though, here for the Scarlet side. Leaning back over towards that A right side of the map here on Pearl. Again, just non-committal positioning for that spike to start things off. It's always a crossover. So basically what UH Scarlet are looking for is just that early information here at double doors. They see that no one's playing super aggressive, maybe listen for, you know, some utility that's placed down, try to get that out off the gate. Then they clear across in towards Art, find that information. At least that's how the pistol went. We're slowing things down here. Still a pistol round for UH Scarlet that will pop flash in, and it's just nanos to melt. Apple doesn't have to really lift a finger aside from a couple bullets in towards Orchid, and that's already 2 down.
Now UH Scarlet once again at a player deficit in just a blitz. Now going over to that A side, once again Aqua Noctium holding on to the Art, positioning with the help of a turret while Tranquil is just jump spotting over on site. The Haunt does come through. Tranquil isn't even worried about it. They have to try and take out that recon bolt, but just the spam through with the Spectre is going to be enough. Flawless from Carlton.
Nice little cleanup coming out here for Carlton's side, but it's rifles now into the hands of University Houston Scarlet. That's where things get dicey, right? You've got a full loadout now on this team. Carlton mostly going to be looking to see how much damage they can do into this round. Potential to convert if they find some sort of advantage, but Scarlet, this is the round that we're looking towards them to win.
Scarlet having the gun advantage going into this one, and they once again are looking towards that A side, but less players dedicated towards mid, which is exactly where Carleton University wants to push. Okay, Tina leading the charge, using Cloudburst to block off the B side as they head into the spawn of UHS. But instead, they do back off and go back towards site as the execution has already started from University of Houston Scarlet, and they're getting that spike down back site. They're completely flipping this.
They're completely flipping this, aggressing into spawn, knowing that there's a weapon advantage. The Apple still takes down 2 in towards CT. Somehow,
God.
Carlton switching things up. It's double up into Flowers. Site is flipped, but you've got 4 players to cut down. It's 1v3, super low, no fragment available though. And okay, Tina just around the corner, a 3K to clean things up. Free rifles on the ground as well. Carlton feeling really confident with 3 rounds in a row.
Okay, Tina. Now, that was a really nice push on through mid to just clear out a little bit of space and give Carleton University some breathing room. But also, they knew when the call was to back up instead of trying to go for a flank and a pinch play. So 3 in a row now from Carleton University, while University of Houston Scarlet, they are looking at a full Sheriff buy with some light shields and full shields here and there. But now, it's the first time they're testing this B site, which is interesting because they've got pistols.
Yeah, you got pistol rounds taking the long angle, but with Sheriffs, you know, you get a 145 to the head, get close enough to get the full headshot down. Dash into halls, completely left open here as Carlton playing more for that retake positioning. That's a lot of discipline to go in already here. Okay, Tina just holding back, waiting for the team to come through. It's going to be a full 5v5 on this retake. Things are going to start to look scary and about to get scrappy on towards site.
Full retake like you mentioned, but already they've completely blinded Orchid and Altier sitting back halls. That blind just lasted forever and there wasn't even an attempt to turn it. Now with the full open plant, they can play post plant and delay quite well, but still have such a sizable gun disadvantage that it's just not enough. With Aqua Noctium finding that last pick, it's a flawless for Carlton. Exactly what you expect from a team of this caliber on an anti-eco.
Exactly what you expect, but at the same time, if you're UH Scarlet, you're not feeling too good right now. This is your map pick. You're expected to be this team who's up. Now, you're looking at Carlton where money looking great. Like, long-term economy is pretty set for the next few rounds. Can give some away, depending on how things do follow out. But for UH Scarlet, they're in the hot seat. They're the ones who, you know, are just a second away from having that broken economy once again. Very much so in that back and forth situation. Nice Nebula to provide cover for the cross, but okay, Tina with the jump spot. She knows that means she has to reposition here towards back halls still, but not able to avoid that suppression to come through. Means she has no dash into CT available, but she's got the shots. It's a trade for a trade, and Scarlet now looking for the plant.
They find more success on the B site than the A site, decide to hit it once again. At least they could get that spike down and the extra economy. Now, once again, a 4v4. But with the Nightfall, they are getting a lot less value from the shields that they were able to purchase. And they're just waiting for that decay to run out before they try and go for a retake. Now, with the Cosmic Divide coming through, Aqua Noctium is able to back out a lot of those really dangerous angles here. Altair trying to flash on through, but Aqua Noctium playing the anti-flash, and it's just not enough. Carleton University 5 in a row, even with a gun round, and it's not even close.
It really isn't. I think that's an important thing to stress because this team on the retakes, they've gotten a few in a row now, and every single time it's with a lot of time to spare. And I feel like, you know, we heard about how the matches were close last time these two teams faced off against each other. But Carleton also talked about, I believe in a recent article that they had written with an interview with Paidia actually after the back of that CECC qualifier win. It's the fact that one of the players from the open team of Carleton did actually offer to coach the side of the female team here. So that's just that extra padding, that kind of je ne sais quoi that UHS just don't really know how to handle right now, is that surprise factor where this coach has probably come in and just really helped Carleton just tighten up the way that they're playing together off of each other. And the calls that are coming through in general from CU are looking really good.
Yeah, and I feel like this is something that's come up with interviews in the past with Carleton University, is they are really intent on having an infrastructure specifically for female and marginalized gender esports, and the fact that they have that support behind them from their school as well just makes them that much cleaner in the long run. Now going into the next round, okay, Tina has already pulled out the operator 5 rounds in, so this is definitely a force to be reckoned with, the team to be reckoned with. And UHS, since they only have these pistols, it's going to be a tough one.
Definitely going to be difficult. It's a tall task to try to chop down here. UHS switching things up. More of that default situation come through, right? Apple constantly punishing the push in towards double doors. Nobody's able to take this space away from Apple. The lock, the grip that she has on that choke is just too strong. Instead, looking towards that art situation, but you still got that alarm bot waiting. There's a nano to delay, and that means that you got to slow things down again because Alita's alone here towards the A main side, looking to contact in, but the flick comes out though. What a shot to come through, but she's still alone.
Yeah, still needs to regroup with the rest of the team, and they know the positioning. Oh my god, Alita, what is happening with this Killjoy Sheriff? Okay, Tina just went down. Oh wait, she did have an operator though. So I'm not really sure what happened in that fight, but it perhaps was a pistol on pistol. Still an impressive feat from the Killjoy to even out these numbers so well. And it's trying to get a little bit of damage to prevent that spike from being planted, but it's not enough. They're able to neutralize the 0 point though, and trying to chuck out a 0 point of their own. Not going to work out this time around. Tap that spike, bait out the peaks. Tranquil right behind, just protecting this defuse. The nano swarm kills one. Alita already with the 3K, but this is still a very safe defuse. Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Alita so close with a 4K with only a sheriff and a nano swarm. It was almost like a dream come true for UHS, almost around in their favor to stop CU from getting that 6th point in the tied half, but it just wasn't enough.
so close to panning out perfectly. Would have been an ace for Alita as well, but I think what's difficult is the post plant, right? You're playing for be long. You're not planning for be long, though. Easy tuck around the corner just made that a little bit janky, but what a way to make it close. And of course, it's timeout being called off of that, right? Because in that situation, CUFE, despite the round win, they also have to talk about the fact that, okay, Alita should not be. Like, what did we let happen there for that round to get so close when it shouldn't have? Because now UHS, after a round like that, you got to feel fired up.
Yeah, I definitely do agree with you. And, like, it felt like they were giving her ones as well because they were disrespecting the fact that they had a sheriff. And in normal circumstances, she definitely should not have been able to get that far with only a sheriff. But it was just so clean, so clinical, that aim from Alita. And also the fact that they tanked a Molly trying to get the defuse to half, which is, like, respectable when you know you have teammates behind you. But then you realize you're in a 1v1 situation. Tranquil was, like, 3 HP by the end of it. And it's like, that's horrible. So it's good time to call that timeout and also make sure that Alita doesn't get any more fired up than she needs to be.
Good points to be made there. Really deep cover go coming out from the side of CU over towards A main already. I actually ended up having to force 2 Prowlers out, but Equinoxium able to just tuck in, sight free for the taking, and right now CU, they're pinched here in towards main. This is great play and read coming out from UHS.
Now CU, they still are even on the numbers, but UHS with this Cosmic Divide as well as the lockdown, they could very well convert this round into a win. Now Hans isolated from the rest of the team, but they need that initiator with them to be able to get themselves into the site. Going to back off, however, with both lockdowns coming through, and it's going to be a little bit of a further walk for this KO. Definitely looking to round on Alita now, but with the signal from the alarm bot, it's going to be a tough one. Hans still finds Binko, though, and now tapping on the defuse. Raven has to go for the peak, but the time is so low, they have no choice except to just hold it down, and OK Tina whiffs a shot, doesn't even get the chance to hit it on the operator. Hans is going to clean up the flank. Alita is the one left. Never mind. Alita goes down to the spike.
Much needed round win, though, coming out from UHS to stop the bleeding. And, I mean, hey, don't forget, that's also off the back of a CU timeout to come through, right? So that gave UHS to kind of regroup themselves and be like, how do we want to approach this? What hasn't been working? And the pinch on the overcommit to that push outside of A main was so good. Now, we're going to switch things up. Again, going for that mid presence, but this time not doing the cross over towards double doors. Hasn't panned out previously. Going for that double doors aggression has just allotted to Apple getting those picks early on. And the Nano just doing so much damage, so much delay. Instead, a slow contact up to deny information. It's a quick little haunt in towards Art just to clear the space here for the remainder of the UHS players, but now looking to fall off.
Oh, they know that there's an operator too.
Yeah. And if I'm CU, I would be worried about... no one on UHS is over towards B main right now, but no, there were no eyes on B long for a really long time. Luckily, the read from CU, though, is good.
Yeah, they know that there's going to be some sort of presence over here on A, and so many players pinged by the recon, but huge. Orchid finds 2 there, both Akonoctium and Tranquil, just completely neutralized without a single trade. Now OK Tina, having the operator, has to take out the Blade Storm to try and contest for that firepower. Alita still on that lake lurk in through mid, and the timing, Apple stops watching it in just a second, but now with the turret going through, they know that there's someone in Art still. Punched from both sides, and with Hans going down, it's up to Apple. Apple sees one, knows there's another inside of Art, and doesn't spot Orchid, who swings out for the kill and the 4K. UHS now getting the ball rolling.
Slowly but surely. Just taking a bit of a different approach. Notice the problem areas over towards double doors. Now it's just like, okay, you know what? We're going to avoid it for now. We don't have to worry about that. Double doors is such a weird spot to fight anyways. Usually, you know, you find most success droning in, dogging in, whatever it may be. But with the lock that's there, it's just been immense. But the success that UHS have found now towards the A side have actually forced Apple to completely change her setup. Dedicated towards A. It's only bodies now watching into mid. Scratch that. I mean, sure, there's a turret, sure, there's an alarm bot, but it's not as potent of a stall as we used to see.
Yeah, they're trying to be a little bit more conservative with the way that they're playing this, but now the Nightfall not spotting any, it's got them really suspicious. They think that there's going to be somebody that's going to be playing that A-main position. Tranquil missing the shots and through the boxes. Or Aquanoctium had nowhere to go, being pinched from both sides. Okay, Tina has to clean it up, but it's just not enough. One kill inches away the flawless, but it's still around, and Binko planting that spike for the extra economy. They are building up some bank.
Building up some bank, and ideally here UHS saves, because you do not have enough money for all your players to afford weapons into this round. Instead, going for... Okay, nope. IGL's made the call. Pull it back, guys. We're not going to go 2 hero rifles. It's too risky. Let's keep it even across the board here with our money. But this is scary for CU. I'm glad that we're seeing another switch up happen though, because previously punished time and time again for that extension into A main. Now separating both Tranquil and the Astra. Okay, Tina finds an opener somehow, somewhere. This push out into mid has found success, likely off the back of some sort of pop flash. But now UHS, knowing that B should probably be weak, are speeding things up.
Hunter's Fury coming out early, trying to delay and stall the plan to give them time for that rotation. Only one tick off onto the Killjoy, but it's still enough to have a sizable advantage. But now Apple completely isolated. There was no one else coming in through that B connector side, and now it's all left up to the two after OK Tina finds one, but Binko spamming back with the save round by Tranquil. However, the Sheriff rings true, and Binko trying to dance around the corner. Okay, Tina wins the gunfight with 1 HP and Dream, but nonetheless a win. CU do stop the bleeding.
Luckily, before too much momentum was accumulated here for UHS. I'm looking towards ultimates now, though. UHS still on another bye situation. Both teams, honestly, close enough to having... Actually, well, I mean, we're so late into this half. It doesn't really matter too much, aside from the side of CU, where things could get very dicey if they lose this next round. But you've got both Cosmic Divides available here. UHS can be huge in any sort of like post-plant or even site take situation. Again, it's mid control that they're looking towards. Constantly into this art side. Binko finds that early pick as well on CU. Meaning OK Tina has been taken down. But they know that, again, it's not that same setup that we've seen previously. The Prowler goes out. A main's largely free. So now scaling off of that art control, because the pinch is no longer necessary. Knowing that CU are holding a little bit further back on the A side. Instead, finding out that KJ is playing over there, will shift over towards B, where the only person watching will be Raven.
CU, they are making the rotations, albeit very, very slowly after that Cosmic Divide goes down, and they don't know if they can... I think Aquanoctium is able to hear the cue for the Cosmic Divide, but it's just going to wait it out. Alita, however, this is an excellent flank from Alita. Hans. Oh my god! Hans was aware for a second, and then stopped being aware and turned around. Alita finds 2. This is just insanity from UHS. CU, the timing has been turned against them, and UHS with another flawless means that they might be able to bring themselves to a 7-5.
That was a really good read coming out from UHS, and especially to break and pretty important round there for CU, sure. Still in the lead by at minimum of 2 going into the next if UHS earns this next round. But at the same time, like, right now, the reads are impeccable. UHS, they swivel over towards the B side, knowing that Apple is now dedicated on A. Mid's looking really weak, and now this just forces Apple back to putting that utility to watch towards mid, leaving the A side weaker once again. And for CU, they don't want to get caught out in A main. They're playing back towards site. They've adjusted, playing in positions where it's easier to get out, play that retake, and UHS just contact up.
Yeah, they're really trying to find these combinations that work as well, leaving Tina on her own as the duelist while the rest of the initiators and sentinels play together. But Aquanoctium isolated into the dugout is just going to go down without as much of a fight. And Tranquil once again, the sheriff demon of the CU side, is able to find one. Apple rings back another, but they line up and Binko sprays them down. Now a 2v1 once again. Tranquil has picked up a gun, but the Nightfall is going to neutralize the health disadvantage with the decay slowly fading away, but they're allowed the plant. Now with both the null command as well as the Nightfall, it's going to be hard to make a play here. They know exactly where the Sova is, and as soon as the peak has been made, Binko will just spray them down. Now UHS, they have made it to 5, and 7 to 5 half is incredibly deceptive with 1 pistol round win.
Oh, it definitely is. You know how it goes. Could easily swing into an equalized score at 7 to 7 if UHS find that pistol. So for CU, it's imperative for them to keep that lead, right? They don't want things to get close. It's already down to a wire. For UHS, this is their map pick. This is the map that they want to feel that comfort on. And before we head into this next round, though, I want to remind you guys that you guys can play the biggest games on day 1. Are you guys excited as we are for Starfield, Minecraft Legends, and Redfall coming in 2023 with PC Game Pass? You can enjoy incredible new games as they launch. Join now at GamePass.com. Be ready to explore the universe as these players take on the map, running straight through Belong. It's 4 stack here. Tina leading the charge.
Now there is a lot of Killjoy utility here. They need to be aware of those nanoswarms and very careful about where they want to plant. Oh, the haunt is so good though. UHS, they find 2 through the smokes, and Aquanoctium will trade 1 back, but with Apple isolated and so far away, cannot do anything to help. And it seems like it's happening, that tied scoreline that we were foreshadowing in the halftime. UHS winning their first pistol.
I just want to say, I mean, I know we're in finals right now for playoffs and whatnot, but I feel like these pistol rounds, I'm blinking and they're over. Like the last 2 that we just saw here on Pro between CU and UHS, it's just been so fast. The pace is so quick. I'm curious to see if that carries over to the remaining maps that we see later on today.
Yeah,
finally slowing things down now.
I feel like Carlton plays better when there is this slower pace as well. They like to play a little bit more default, and they need to have their info before executing. So that lays down Belong was a little bit of a suicide play, but Tranquil now getting caught out with a Spectre in a main, but the rest of the team is finding picks and getting a lot of damage off as well. Tina is chasing down with the Frenzy, and Aquanoctium is going to follow in sweet, but Altier does shut that down. A 4K, but still so close, and I'm not even sure how it happened.
So quick round to equalize. See you. They're back on a bye here. Full loadout to come through for the team, and looking at that alt economy, could try to put some investment into Aquanoctium, try to get that Cosmic Divide on early, being the closest person to having that come to fruition. That was a good eco round when you think about it. That's, 2 players managed to keep their Spectres into this round here for UHS. Everyone else, though, did fall. So value coming out into weakening this loadout for the UHS side. But it's a similar double up that we see. Instead it's 3 stacked into A main. CU though, don't fall prey to that trap. that they had set previously on the defense, playing a lot more passively, looking into this mid link.
Tina looking for the killjoy, knows that there's one there, immediately sprays them down, and is also able to avoid the 0 point. However, Bingo, with only a frenzy, still takes down Hans. Okay, Tina trades it back. Apple on the flank. That's the game changer for this round. 2 right on through the window, and watching the flank, opening up that A site, all left up to Raven on their own.
Not too much you can do here. Reclaim a Spectre in hand at the very least. But it's a 3v1 situation. 2 stars are available to be used. But for UHS...
Spike planted.
Wait. Okay, there was a Phantom down. I was like, why did we throw the Spectre? I did not notice the other weapon down on the ground. Could have reloaded it back towards mid, though. Only 11 bullets in the chamber. It won't matter when you do have a turret to worry about, but now you're down to 3. Force that out. Still a star available, but this is a huge crossfire into main.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. Not sure if she anticipates Apple sitting here as well. Swings out for the kill. Apple does incredibly in the 3v1. And CU, they finally win back a round, stop the bleeding after 4 rounds in a row being lost to UHS.
Yeah, momentum's definitely on the side of UHS right now. Carlton had a really hot start at the beginning of this matchup. 6-0 to kick things off here. But UHS, since then, have been able to adapt really nicely. It's a big swing round, though. UHS looking to find some sort of tie-up. Otherwise, Carlton continues to run away with the lead. Nano gets shot out right off the bat there in towards Halls. So despite the alarm bot, no more delay being allotted. Carlton could easily take that space. And everything is all clear. Complete retake positioning here for UHS. You still have 2 players pushed up into main. With no sound being made, though, that means that they're starting to work up that flank. Work up that lurk out towards the A side. Sure, the lockdown's coming out, but at the same time, you do have to worry about Raven or Aquinoctium on the side of Carlton. Watching into mid at the moment could catch that out as the remainder of UHS falls off.
Yeah, they also have that turret to signal. Not sure if they are going to expect someone so close by, though. Tranquil now getting that spike down. Aquinoctium has completely missed it and is now hightailing it back to the site after hearing the footsteps, signaling to the rest of the team that there's someone on
Did
site.
they hear drop?
They don't know. They don't know that she's there. Aquinoctium is able to find one, and that leaves the duelist in a really hard corner to fight. But Tranquil on the site has been taken down. CU have been methodically dismantled over on B, and they're trying to get themselves off of this spike defuse. Aquinoctium doing so well. The vulnerability status, the concussion from the Nova Pulse. Aquinoctium playing this so well and is able to clutch it out. Such a big round from the Astra off of Carlton.
I mean, 4 players on the flank. The positioning was huge, and all thanks to that turret that was placed down to give Aquinoctium that information that was needed. And now Carlton, opportunity to take things to double digits here on UH Scarlet's map pick. Broken economy on their side for the defenders. Only pistols in sight at the moment, but still, this has been a really tight matchup thus far. Carlton's not that far away from having a potentially broken economy either. Still enough for a few rounds. But we're right down to the wire. It's a slower start for Carlton this time around, as well as they hit that default. Just trying to find some information. UHS playing very passive towards that A side and more aggressive in towards B. Because you do have Orchid, who's pushed up, has a tailwind to get out if need be. Playing alongside that KO as well really helps enable them.
This is a little bit of a different play. They're trying to work their way into Art now and onto that A side. Carlton, they have OK Tina holding that spike, and they also have Hans playing with the Killjoy instead, so they can't really have this KO setting up for the Jet, and the Tailwind has gone in. Tina's going to go ahead and try to plant very open at the front of that generator, while the rest of the team just plays post plant in a main. This is really interesting play for them. OK Tina is going to be the only anchor on that site.
Tough situation. 4v5. Slow creep in. 4 players in towards main as well. That is difficult situation
No
to be
way.
in. They've got the advantage, you know, able to just spray down post plant for days as well. But that is also a Vandal now in hand, right? Pop flash out. Trying to find some picks if possible, but there's just no way to stick the defuse.
Oh my god.
So much delay. Hans with the 3K, double digits for CU. UHS tried to make them work for it, but it just wasn't enough with the eco.
And immediately after that, it's going to be a timeout, up to 10 rounds from Carleton University already. They've got 3 ultimates in the back pocket as well, but UHS, they have 4. And that Cosmic Divide has been a pretty big game changer for UHS every time that we've seen it been used. And the Nightfall as well. We haven't really seen much Bladestorm action from either team either, and I wonder if they're going to save it for when their economy breaks and they're really going to be looking for the extra firepower. But definitely a lot to be discussed by UHS.
Yeah, a lot to chew on. I'm not gonna lie, I saw Chowan for UHS in the coach slot, and I was like, yeah,
Yes.
I mean, they do have a lot to chew on. When it comes down to, I mean, sure, 3 rounds down, but it's also, you know, very close to match point situation here. Momentum starting to shift back over towards CU as well, and UHS kind of struggling to find that again. Orchid, though, affords the operator in hand. There's a lot of ults available for both sides. This next round, with the amount of importance that it does hold here for UHS as a swing round, we may see like nearly all of these popped from both sides, depending on how things go. Things do get tense if it goes down to the wire. Really interesting position coming out from Orchid. The flick down to hit OK Tina as well. That turret doing so well to bait up on top, not expecting an op to hold there. The rest of the team spike for CU. It's quiet contact up towards that 8 side. See a ping coming out from UHS. Expect the rotation. Stars laid down to delay.
Now the stars from Carleton's side going up as well. Already this Nightfall coming through as they head on into the site. This is so big, and there's still this player fighting front generator. Raven does miss the Killjoy. Apple remains undetected for now, but is being sprayed down through the wall. Raven takes a lot of damage, and Orchid with the operator rings out from behind. There's a lot of backup from this UHS squad, a near flawless once again, and they are refusing to allow Carleton to get another round on this board.
Neck and neck right now. UHS, they stopped the bleeding once again. This time, at least, the momentum was only 3 rounds long there for CU, and both teams really similar situation economy-wise. Orchid, though, still going to look for value with this op. I like the rotation towards A, knowing that especially with the Prowler being invested, they might not expect the operator play here so deep into A main. The drone, though, perfect, knowing that they do have to be wary. But the shot out, OK Tina, she gets her revenge.
Okay, Tina able to taken down now without Carleton's duelist once again early into the round, not being set up properly by these initiators, unfortunately, and just taken down so early. They're really trying to get that Jet be the only one on the site, but they're not anchoring and pushing forward on those important points around the back site. And now it's going to lead to a play like this one where the Cosmic Divide goes out, but Apple holds things down in art and allows themselves himself a second entryway onto this site to push through the Cosmic Divide. The two hostiles detected, and the Hunter's Fury now coming through to take down Altier. Just such a good track from the Sova. Tranquil doing so much work, and Apple finding it 3k from Art. Such an important power position in the post plant.
That was the Cosmic Divide extended as well, coming out from the side of UHS. Raven using that in the 2v4 situation, not really finding anything out of it. It's a big expense to be paid. But like I said, basically all those ults that we were seeing did end up coming out in that past round, knowing how important it was for UHS to try and secure it. Because now, on an eco, it's likely a free match point here for CU on Scarlet's map pick. Otherwise, 4 rounds to go to tie things up here in finals. Ooh. But again, first blood in, and the reads are so good from Carleton. They're constantly shutting down Orchid early.
Nice. Getting Orchid out of the round should have the same effect that UHS does when they're able to get rid of OK Tina very early. Oh my god, Apple's just spotted little head of Binko, spamming down now, taking a lot of damage, forced to peek out, and Binko does go down. Now having to check the close right corner. It's just so much spamming from all of these phantoms, and forced to retreat after the fragment nade is placed in the connector. OK Tina this time going to go aggressive, and Hans is right behind her. This is exactly what Carleton need when they're trying to go for these default takes on that A site. OK Tina, even with the blind is taken down, but Apple comes into the rescue. It's all left up to Raven now.
Can Raven pull in a lead of though is the real question. Star is left, but you gotta get the picks down. 2 more to go. Hans around the corner, but the reload necessary. And it's all over now. 12 points for Carleton University FE. Match point as is here on UHS's map pick. This could be an upset here, Epitomes.
Yes, but the buy is there for Carleton and both UHS. But on both sides, the only ultimate they have is the lockdown. Nobody else is even close to getting those ultimates, as they've been expended in all previous rounds. So it could be that these killjoys are going to be the make or break of these retakes or site takes. Now, putting down the spike, they're going to go for a little bit more default once again. It's 1-3-1 split on both sides of the map.
Yeah, just always OK Tina though alongside Altair. We swapped to the other KO and I was like, yeah, that's totally right. No, I definitely meant to talk about Hans in that situation, but always pairing them together, ensuring they can be enabled, but UHS find success on this push out towards A. It's 2 players and a 2-for-1 trade to come through. But that's a lot of damage to be done here. CU now left. 3v4 situation looking to be cut down. Spike stuck. They're about to be surrounded.
One enemy remaining. Spike down.
Now OK Tina left on their own without the spike in hands either. Knows that there has to be someone that's going to be watching it from mid. Takes down 1 though. Raven immediately goes down, and there's the 0 point to try and spot out and delay OK Tina. But the time is getting low, and she has no choice except to push that B side. The read is wrong from UHS. They're dedicating 2 of their players over to Art.
But does she actually push towards B? No, instead looking in mid connector, I think. OK Tina with little time left, just looking for some picks. Little down the money situation. Take rifles out of the hands of UHS, but at the very least, Carleton, they can still afford into this round. OK Tina, though, is going to have to push for one of those orbs, get the blades online. Luckily, Altair nowhere near that null command to shut it down. But a nice knife can also do enough to slow down a push coming out from CU.
Now over on that B side, Orchid is pushed pretty far up, and it seems like OK Tina wants to go for this B side orb instead. Now, We see that Nebula coming up, and Orchid has been able to sneak into such a good position. The question is, do they check now that the 0 point is there? They definitely have to, and with one knife, OK Tina has gotten the clone kill. Now with the fragment nade as well as the Killjoy lockdown in combination, the high ground has been claimed by Carlton, and they're looking to claim a plant for themselves as well. Nice and open once again, planted for long. OK Tina, though, aggressing on her own. This could be potentially very dangerous. A Quinoctium, though, looking for the pinch play, and the turret turns around, but OK Tina pops out of the smoke at just the right time to get the trade. Now with the Cosmic Divide, once again, this has to have value for Raven. This has to have value for UHS. This is match point on their own map pick, but it's all falling apart in a fiery blaze. Apple with the spam on through the pillar takes down the Astra for 13-9 defeat for UHS.
13-9 on UHS's map pick as well. A huge upset here for map number 1 of the finals of Paidia Cup matchmaking. And when it comes down to it, that last round, Epitomes, we cannot take away from the fact that Carlton had just such a clinical post plant. You know, they push double up into that B link. Then you've got Equinoctium, who's coming out on that flank in through double doors, completely pinching the retake players while everyone else plays through into long. And it was just perfect to isolate and not even give any breathing room to the Scarlet team.
Yeah, it definitely felt like that last round was incredibly clean, especially using that 0 point to isolate out the player. If she shoots it, then you know there's somebody there. If she doesn't shoot it, you know there's somebody there. And it's just a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation, because it was at the front of pillar. And I think that there was so much value Orchid could have found by hiding in that position, but OK Tina was very quick to capitalize off of that null command and then pushing on through that lurk play. It's not a lot of times that we see many lurk plays from Carlton, but that was definitely a very perfect one to secure the trades inside of B Connector.
I'm almost surprised that it was allowed to happen again after Equinoctium found success previously, but we're going to have to see how much more success Carlton can find on their map pick coming up next, because we've still got at least one more map to go. But before you go, I want to remind you guys that the Paidia Cup is powered by Paidia, and that means that you guys should check out the Paidia tournament. The tournament, I can't even speak. I'm like tongue twisters literally everywhere right now. It's like Paidia tournament, Paidia gaming. Yeah, okay, Paidia Cup. Yeah, I'm saying Paidia way too much, but head over to PaidiaGaming.com for real, guys. Anyone with a free account can sign up for tournaments, make their own tournaments to host and play in matchmaking, such as the Paidia Cup here. We encourage you guys to check it out while we're on a quick break. What's up, guys? We just got a huge comeback game there for the side of Carlton on Pearl. I mean, well, not necessarily a comeback game. I guess that was more of a comeback for UH Scarlet after being down 6 rounds in a row off the bat. But Carlton ran away with an upset there on their map pick for UH Scarlet, which means now we're heading over to map number 2. We're going over towards Lotus Epitomes, and we haven't seen this map yet today.
Yeah, and Lotus is just a map that you don't see very much in general, just because it is, I feel like a newer map, a 3-site map. People aren't really as comfortable with it as they are Haven. So if they want to play the 3-site map, they're gonna go ahead and pick Haven. But that was banned out. So Carlton, they just went ahead and chose the next best thing. But if you don't know, this is the finals of the Paidia Cup, and we are playing for seeding right now, and Carlton is looking to try and get that first seed. So is UHS, and historically, this matchup has gone Carlton's way, but UHS, they are still looking for the upset. Now, if you don't know, Paidia Cup is powered by Paidia, and on Paidia Portal, you can find a lot more tournaments like this one. You can meet other like-minded gamers, so go ahead and check that out on Paidia.com if you are interested.
Well, I definitely hope people are, because you got cool events like this going on. You got to check it out. And when it comes down to it, we're going to check out this next matchup, right? We've got Lotus coming up next, and it's the finals, playing for that seeding, that coveted bye round there at LAN, right? That opportunity to just, okay, I get to breeze my way into that last match of the show match, and you guys can duke it out in the other side of the bracket. And when it comes down to agent select, we got to check out what we're going to be seeing here in map number 2, UH Scarlet. If you're a Houston fan, you're hoping to, take this all the way, take it the distance, reverse upset there on Carlton. But Carlton, I mean, if you're a Carlton fan, you want to close it out early.
Yeah, and once again, these teams, I feel like, don't have very set roles. Like, they can only play a pool of agents. They are okay with just switching around. Aquanoctium's still on the controller, but it's Tranquil and Apple that I'm looking at that are switching over to a potential double controller setup with Tranquil on the Killjoy. And Carlton usually playing those double initiator compositions. This is definitely really interesting, and I was honestly expecting a Harbor to come out. I was really looking forward to potentially seeing a Harbor being used, especially since Lotus seems to be tailor-made for Harbor's kit, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case unless Apple decides to do a little switcheroo. No, okay.
Not going to be the case this time around. Bit more of a niche pick still. I think Harbor will slowly find his way into the meta a bit more on Lotus, but it really comes down to preference and which site you would prefer to hit as well, considering that I think he really shines specifically on C to get that open default plant for Hill. But going into this match, I think that something that you have to keep in mind is Lotus is still new to a lot of people. Sure, everyone knows how to play on it now in like a competitive sense in ranked, but team play is so different on Lotus because of the fact that compared to Haven, the rotations are just so much faster thanks to those rotating doors, thanks to the door that can be broken on a link as well. And that's something that you really have to keep in mind as an attacker. You can feel comfy in a post plant, but things can just switch on a turn of a dime, and the defenders can really speed things up on you, and the same goes for vice versa.
Yeah, and it's definitely a very complex map. It feels like as Valorant gets more maps released, each one of them is more complex than the last, with lots of corners to be checked, lots of nooks and crannies that you can kind of squeeze your way through. And now looking at this first round, it seems like it's going to be an aggressive push from UH Scarlet. They're trying to clear out that A lobby space very quickly, but the rotations come through incredibly fast on this map. They're going to go ahead, destroy the Killjoy utility, and rotate over to C.
Completely left open. I mean, still, you do have that swarm now out for the plant. Should be popped in just a moment to deny. Stall some time. And it's pop into CT here. Carlton, they're speeding things up, but Raven's around the corner. Manages to find two now. 1v2 situation here for Tranquil. Little health left, but so much damage to be done. The turret could be huge. They take it down right off the bat. What a peek to come through now. Neck and neck. Raven needs to find the defuse somewhere. Somehow the swing comes out. It's just a tuck over. It's that classic gameplay.
Nice.
The right click, though, stronger. And a clutch coming out for Carlton to earn the pistol.
Yeah, that was so well played from Tranquil, and it was just Raven being allowed to completely devastate them, teleporting past with the Shrouded Step, and then on the other side, they're not even looking, and then they just have them with the Omen ringing away with the shots, and they're not even looking. Altier obviously getting to was huge for them as well, but Tranquil played this incredibly well, realizing that Raven was going to pick up a different gun, going for its swing at the exact right time, quick right click, and now Carlton, they convert it into a buy-up round over here on second. Once again, it's that A-side start, but it's still aggressive from UHS despite being an eco round for them.
No charges left.
Already 2 players down here. Scarlet. Just falling back. We're going to regroup. Have that 3 stack over towards A, but the Trailblazer through that A-link door is enough to draw the attention back from the side of UHS. You see some pings going out, some warnings of where Carlton could have possibly slipped through the cracks. But I really like the call from Scarlet. Still looking to regroup with each other. Play as 3 towards the A side. Wait for that plant to actually go down, then move in together as a squad.
Spike now down for CU. UHS with 3 players left over in the retake. It seems like they're trying to go through that B connector, but unfortunately being held at bay by that alarm bot. They know exactly where it is, but they really don't have much to lose. They're still waiting and trying to make it as close as possible, do as much damage as possible. But Aqua Noctium, that is a perfect paranoia. Even though the Dizzy does go out and find value, it doesn't last for long, and it's already delayed for the time. The damage has been done. CU with 2 in a row.
Yeah, it's trying to keep CU close by, see if they can run down the clock, maybe take some of those weapons out of their hands, weaken that bonus, but it's still looking really strong, especially with 2 Bulldogs for the side of CU. Really nice potential to contest the rifles coming out from the Scarlet side. 3 orbs to work with on Lotus as well, makes it really interesting to see which points are prioritized for contention. It will be into A long this time though, looking for this setup to come out. The guiding light is big though, but the mosh to deny a rubble peak is even better, and that saves UHS.
UHS, they are 1 player up at this point, but so much utility also been expended by the squad already.
Yeah.
And it's just very early into the round. There is free range for Carlton to go ahead and rotate over to that A side, especially looking at Apple's positioning, just a right pressed up against the entrance of C.
They're just waiting for the green light. Hey team, can I head on in? Sure, they hear just the hum of the nanos as well on the other side, right? So trying to see if they can take it down. Possible turret position is given away, so is Alita's. Turret's still up. That's scary because, like you were talking about, Apple, sure, has space, but is divided from the team now.
Spike down.
Yeah, and now Apple could potentially get really isolated, but the team is regrouping. The spike is being brought over to the site, and once again, another piece of utility being used. Apple blocking off that CT entrance with the poison orb, and the decay is going to help immensely when it comes to the eco weapons. They've evened it down to a 2v2, and they're just playing Ring Around the Rosie now. Aqua Noctium doing numbers, and it's the spam on through. Aqua Noctium with the 3rd pick and a free Vandal to be picked up. CU, it's looking like a repeat of the last map.
It's looking like a repeat, but Houston, they made a slight comeback. Unable to close it out and take the lead in the end, but kept things competitive despite that. So we know that the Scarlet team has the endurance to do so, the stamina to do so, and the mental. Now it comes down to those mechanics that we saw CU kind of just winning out on over on Pearl. eco round here for UHS, and see you. They're running it back on C.
Oof. Now, okay, Tina finding a pick once again. Seaside just seems to be very comfortable for Carleton University. It's completely uncontested. UHS prepares to play retake on it, but I would honestly argue this is probably one of the hardest sites to retake in the map. There are two entrances when it comes to CT side, and both of them are incredibly squished. You don't have much of that advantage as well when it comes to the verticality of the map that you could potentially take into account on the B and A side. So C is just they're just running it down on C, and it's a flawless for a fourth round.
4-0 here. Start things off. Carleton's map pick. Man, this is last time it was 6 rounds in a row there over on Lotus, or not on Lotus, over on Pearl. Now heading into Lotus. At least Scarlet is calling, I think, a slightly earlier timeout this time, trying to slow down that momentum because it's even more important now, right? Sure, map number 1 is a bit of a freebie for, not a freebie, but you're comfy regardless. You know, you still have another chance to bring it back.
Yeah.
But for Carleton, you know, you're up good right now. You're feeling good. You took the map pick of your opponent, and all you need is a 2-0 to actually win out the series.
Well, UHS, they go ahead and have that timeout, right? They have that full buy going into the next round, and I do think that they need to be placing that Killjoy over towards the T side. They have dedicated some utility there in the past, and I understand last round was the eco, so they were trying a little bit more of a blitz play to catch Carleton off guard over on the A side, but they also need to dedicate more bodies towards that site.
See what adjustments do come through here. CU have definitely kind of just been winning their mechanic battles, though, when it comes down to it. The aim duels haven't really been a struggle so far in the first 4 rounds, with players popping off multi-kills and whatnot. Then that long-term economy damage right over towards UHS. Early peak, though, instead of A, happens to be the B side. Doesn't find anything now. CU looking to scale up. Wall goes down, and the rotating door popped as well. CU, though, they don't know that A is empty, so still have to, you know, expend a lot of utility, try and clear things out. Okay, Tina, with the space made, though, ends up going all the way here into Evan, but it's dangerous because, again, no one is available right now for the trade. Okay, they're doubling up now. We're good. We're chilling.
Yep. Now Binko going to go ahead and use that thrash, but it doesn't detain him.
No
But
way!
that doesn't matter. Binko goes for the swings, and that finds 2. And even though they have that double hold, caught with the utility out, the guiding light in the hands. That was unfortunate for Carleton, but a good round from UHS with 4 left alive.
That was such a fast round, and Binko, oh man. Bingo should not have gotten 2 there. That was a tough situation. The flash to go ahead and just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Huge spray though. A big round that was needed for UHS because of their money situation. But I'm also looking at CU. Despite that, if you're UHS, you can't get too comfortable. CU's got nearly 5 ultimates ready. With 3 ult orbs on the map, apples could easily come to fruition as well for that post-hit.
Ooh. That fault line as well, delaying a lot of these players, but the Seekers are going to be the initiation tool for Carleton University this time around. In combination with that lockdown, this is expensive already. Now Orchid looking for something with a showstopper, but doesn't do much here. Just not even a little bit of damage, but at least they know that it is clear. Now Killjoy lockdown clearing out the B site, but they've actually made the quick rotation to A, and this is where all the Killjoy utility is. Maybe an incorrect call from Carleton, but they're trying to make it work now and spray down all of that utility before getting planted down.
3v5 situation. Things started to get scrappy on towards site. Slowing things down now at the very least. Post plant
No charges left.
utility is available. Okay, Tina is on fire right now. alone towards back site, but able to have a frost here on both chokes. The flash does go out. Apple able to secure one, but it's Raven against the world. Pulling out the classic. Hans, though, with the free gun, takes the win. It's 5-1 here for Carlton. Nearly slipped away, but they've got an iron hold on this win.
Carlton, they are just going to try to keep that momentum alive, keep it going. And, well, it seems like UHS, they are kind of getting a hold of what Carlton is doing. They have the reads, they're making the correct rotations, but when it comes to the actual retakes, it's a little impatient. They're hopping through smokes without the proper setup, and the rounds that they did win, it was just due to really good gunplay and also unfortunate timing on Carlton's part. Now OK Tina able to avoid that fault line, but still has to take quite a bit of damage for her troubles and walks away.
Complete rotation off, though. Binko might be able to catch this instead, just to reclaim Dizzy. No timing will be available because, you know, that flank is going to be watched extremely diligently by Carlton. Seeing the push in through tree, but there's another Nano 2 delay, so this is big. The util coming out knowing that tree has been favored previously by Carlton. UHS are able to buy themselves time for a full rotation here on Tay.
Yeah, now the plant going down from Aqua Noctium, they still do have that Sky, which could bring a lot of value with the overgrowth to bring that little bit of health back to the players here. Tranquil still looking for the flank as well. You know that the Gecko's there because it sounds like the Dizzy, while Alita has brought the lockdown online. Binko also trying to clear things up on the flank. Altir going to help out Binko, and now it's all left up to OK Tina. Has to try and find somewhere to go, but Binko is right there to clean things up. UHS, they do find another round on the A site.
Binko has been so pivotal for UHS round wins. Like,
I completely agree.
they've been having so many impact rates coming out here for UHS, being able to actually secure that dub and turn the tide into their favor. The flanks have been huge, and just, not even just the flanks, it's just the plays. The micro.
Yeah. It is completely crazy what Binko has been able to do for UHS, and the utility that comes through making Carlton want to trade back in utility and completely disrespecting that, going for the swings instead. It's just really nice. And Raven, oh my gosh, this is a nice shrouded step. Such good repositioning to try and play around this hill, but unfortunately, even though the backup comes through the rotating door, the audio signal is too obvious, and it's a 3-person spray down from Carlton. Now Tranquil contesting on the flank. Altir does find the trade for the teammate, but still a 1v3 situation, and it's allowed them to completely flip the site.
Yeah, pushing all the way in, right? 3 stacked in towards spawn. You know that Altir is coming from main. If anything, like, could also be waterfall, but it's the same kind of difference when you have Spike fully planted towards CT. You just need to hold as 2, and you've essentially got it, especially with the crossfire being held here. Sure, the flash out is big, but there's just too much pressure on Altir to check all corners and clear them out. It's a free win again here for Carlton. 6-2. I mean, I'm not going to say free because they did work darn hard for it, but in that post plant, there's no way Altir can really get through that.
Yeah, I mean, there was such good positioning from this team just in this game, right? Especially for the flank watches. They're trying to go for the pinches, get that extra entryway onto the site, and when you have Tranquil just sitting there right next to a turret, you have to dedicate at least 2 players, and then your site hold just becomes so much weaker in that situation as well.
Big stall though. Fault line just to delay this push out from Carlton, who do often look towards this rubble control if looking toward A. But the lack of info, Carlton normally very fast to show A presence, has actually had UHS looking to bolster the left side of their map Little bit too much time has ticked by though. Carlton just nearly missing that timing. And now UHS laying down utility, pulling rotations back over. It's been quiet for a little bit too long.
Cover going out.
Carlton, they're headed over to the B site for his assignment on Haven. The B site is notoriously easy to retake, but I don't think that's going to be the case for this B site over here on Lotus. However, they've decided against it after losing OK Tina to Binko over there in CT. They're going to go ahead, pop down that Viper ultimate, and inside the Viper's pit, the spike goes. Aquanoctium in such a good spot. The Dizzy goes out but does not spot the Omen right next to the dark cover. Still unfortunate, the gun switching and the reloads catch Aquanoctium off guard and even it out to a 3v3. UHS, they have a chance now with the guns being picked up off the ground, but it's the Viper's pit that they have to worry about.
I like that the pit pushes in towards CT too, just forcing you to be a little bit more decayed as you enter in and divides the site really nicely, leaving it down to a 1v2 situation. Sure, both attacking players split up, but Orchid only has a Sheriff in hand. A quick flick over, 7th round here on the board for Carlton. And they're the ones sitting pretty right now with that one map already under their belts. UHS need to start to pick it up, make it close, bring back that competition that we saw over on Pearl. Something's got to ignite a fire under them.
Now it's hard to say what that something is going to be. Now the Thrash is once again available. There's a From the Shadows for the quick positioning on this map, but UHS, they have that gun by this time around. Always aggressive here in a lobby and just getting spammed down. Orchid didn't want to cross through the toxic screen, but was not doing a shallow enough jiggle, so they just got spammed through the corner of the wall. The tree room once again favored, like you said, but Binko on the quick flank. This is interesting. They need to watch out for the turret here. Tranquil has to know that there's someone on the way, especially with the wingman coming through.
Yeah, it's always Binko on this flank, right? It's a close angle being held though by Apple. Doesn't expect it. Earns a 3rd for their trouble. Make that a 4th, and that's the ace to come out here. See you 8-2.
Oh.
Apple cleans up. Perfect positioning to close out the round. Only 2 more to go in this half, but UHS, it's probably not feeling good on their side right now. CU are really running away with the attacking side.
Yeah, I mean, we actually, believe Gombers and I, 2 weeks ago, we were talking about Apple a lot because Apple was able to find a lot of value on the Killjoy on passive rolls, just running it into the site on Icebox, and she's doing it again here, finding a lot of value on this Viper. Now on to the next round. Alita has actually taken out the clone kill, and with only a Sheriff onto Tranquil, so the flank watch has been neutralized, and look at this, pushing through B main. They've split the players on both sides. Apple is hiding though alongside Hans. Altair, the only one watching, but Altair with the Sheriff wins that. Not sure if they're going to expect a second. Altair is still looking diligently, and look at the Killjoy turret as well. Still 5 players left alive for UHS. Hans doesn't really have too much of a choice except to regroup over on C.
I mean, I like the play. Just like complete, okay, let's duck into their spawn. Let's just get together. Let's play this same 3 split into back hall on C side. At the same time, it's a 3v5 situation. Huge numbers advantage available, but all Hans needs is 1 pick to get those Seekers.
Now, okay, Tina, finding the picks. This is just a meltdown once again. It was that eco round for UHS, and it seemed like they were getting something started, but it just wasn't enough. Binko now the last person in a 1v2 situation, but having the wingman misses the defuse. Binko has to do it themselves, and Hans finds the pick off of it. That was so unfortunate.
I don't think the right key was clicked in that situation, because you have to activate wingman really like differently than when you just like toss him out.
Yeah.
That was just like a very small mechanical mistake that could have been. I mean, I don't think there was enough time to get that defuse anyway.
The way you gasped, I felt that. I felt that so hard.
I was like, surely, and then he just keeps running through the door, and I was like, no, no,
I was like,
Wingman, please. Doesn't
I
matter which team
felt
you're rooting for.
that.
I feel like everyone's always rooting for Wingman.
literally, it was like the last time we saw a land with Wingman, everyone booed whenever someone
Yep.
shot him. Oh, that was so funny and so cute.
Dude, Wingman is just so good. He's a good little dude. The whole
He's a
Valorant
good little
community stands
dude.
him.
I agree.
He's a good little dude. Give him some head pats. Please do not kill.
Deserved. So deserved.
He's the only one who's earned it. But we gotta refocus back on this matchup, right? There's one round left in the half. We just had a timeout being called here. UHS. You can never say something's not comebackable, especially at that 9-3. We know how people like to tout off about the curse. But imperatively, like, staving off the double digits is really important just because of how quickly things can turn if this team ahead earns that pistol round. Really nice delay to come out from Raven off the bat, but despite that, that still Seeker is coming out, right? Raven has to completely fall back. It doesn't really matter in this situation. You already lost 2 on towards B. Raven is fighting a solo battle right now, looking to regroup with the team.
Spike going down on the B site. This is definitely going to be interesting to see how the post plant is going to occur here over on that B site. Now, immediately, Wingman comes out. Binko takes down OK Tina, and now it's looking like such a good round for UHS initially, but as soon as Binko falls, you leave Raven in that 1v2 situation. But it's isolated fights. They could totally take the 1v1s, and as I say that, Apple spams down Raven for the round. It's 10 double digits for Carlton before they switch the sides.
Double digits as we switch sides, and that means that it's even more important for UHS to earn this pistol round, though. But before we get into this next round, I want to remind you guys that Riot Games is now on Game Pass. You guys can play legendary titles from Riot Games with premium benefits for PC Game Pass members. Just link your Xbox profile to your Riot account and unlock agents, champions, little legends, XP boosts, and more. Join now at GamePass.com. Get your first month for $1. I'm not gonna lie, guys. It is pretty fire. I got a lot of little legends when I loaded that up on my TFT. But we're here for Valorant right now, so we gotta focus back in. Gecko on the board. Not looking to find too much with the Dizzy, though. OK Tina with the first, and that's Orchid now down. The explosive power of UHS taken out early.
Now, OK Tina trying to round around this. Just playing Ring Around the Rosie, around the structure in the middle of this site, and it's all just frags swinging over to Carlton's side immediately. UHS, after they plant that spike, it is being diffused, and Carlton, they bring themselves up to 11. A buy-up round in the next is going to bring them to 12.
Things are looking scary. If you're UHS, you might gamble as a force in this situation. You're almost pushed into it, you could try to play for OT, but that's also 10 rounds in a row, right? You're better off staving off that match point, earning a third for yourself, and having at least one extra round of security to fall back on. It will be the call being made, but at the same time, that means they have to find success here. Otherwise, the match is probably over.
And this is really interesting how they place the wall from Carlton on the Viper here to just completely block this off, but they haven't activated it. They haven't attempted to try and get that decay on, even though they are on such a low buy. But OK Tina finding one, traded back with 2 with the force up from UHS. Here now, the plant going down. Raven in a good spot. Not going to be expecting this Omen already pushed up so far inside their own dark cover. Now the Dizzy trying to find value. The Apple was blinded and got that pick. Now Aquanoctium is being flanked with the lurk play from UHS's side, and they do end up cinching the round, but that was scary from the play of Raven.
Everything pans out at the end. But that was a really scary play that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I was, man, my stomach was churning at that one. Apple's just completely on fire in this game. Like 17-7 right now. Just going absolutely insane for the Carleton roster. Pistols, though, for Carleton are going to come through. UHS, I am shocked that they're not forcing up to, honestly, all the rifles that they can afford right now, because you want every single advantage possible. You don't want to risk it on eco weapons, knowing that your opponent's just one away from match point. But it's a fast rotation now towards the B side. Dizzy finds nothing. Okay, Tina pushed off the angle. Great nade to zone coming out from UHS. Carleton now on a full retake situation.
Carleton, that right click from Hans. What? Orchid goes down, now pushing in to CT. So we see that there's a 4v4 situation with the Blade Storm from OK Tina. Could be very big, but Tranquil's trying to wrap around the alarm bot and give enough time for Alita to turn around for the pick. Now, unfortunately, Blade Storm is neutralized. Apple has to try to make something work, but it's the Guardian that wins out the fight in the end. UHS, they are continuing their win streak to keep Carleton off match point.
Important win streak needed, right? Comes down to a full loadout here for both sides. Some bonus weapons carried over here for UHS, but with the money that they saved from picking up some weapons, carrying them over, and just finding 2 rounds in a row, we'll be able to afford that. Now it's just about keeping Carleton in this uncomfortable position with their money, taking away their buys, buying as much time and as many rounds as you can. Let's try and get to that third map. Fault line up. Doesn't hit anything though. It's a double up and tree here for Carleton. Smoke comes out, so really nice bait. Try and have UHS guessing that maybe nobody is playing into this angle. It's a double up instead, and OK Tina somehow finds 3, a swing back out, a 4th in pocket, looking for the ace. It's Alita alone in a 1v5 situation. We've seen her be insane before with that sheriff. But time is ticking, and Alita, with nothing really left to give in this, is gonna have to let that defuse go through, carry on the rifle into the next round. Honestly, if I was Alita there, I would try to get some picks. I know that money's... Yeah. You got money to buy everyone, basically, on your team right now. Meanwhile, Carleton's they're the ones that don't really have those funds. And if you take those shields away, you take at least like a rifle or 2 away, that just sets you up more for that long term, if you can keep this match rolling.
And I think it was also about the fact they wanted to deny OK Tina the ace. They've already seen Carleton get one of those aces, and it could also be a part of the mental game that they are playing. Now, looking towards that C site once again, the Killjoy is set up here. This could definitely be very difficult to get through that choke, and Apple spraying through the poison orb, that makes a huge difference. There's still that vulnerability status on some of the players that are walking through, and the decay comes, but Apple had to flick up to shoot the Dizzy, and that makes it much easier for the players to be picked off. But now Hans and OK Tina on the flank. No Killjoy to signal they're coming, and Hans is done so well. The Cloudburst also blocks off the flash, but OK Tina does dash into her teammate's guiding light. Now, rounding onto the site, trying to get onto the stage here. Raven playing Ring Around the Rosie. Last player standing. OK Tina turns, and the flick is there. Carleton, they finally close this one out. 13-4, UHS unable to continue the streak.
It was a really tall task to manage. I mean, that would have been 8 rounds in a row, a lot of endurance needed, and although we saw, great endurance in that sense, great mental from the University of Houston Scarlet team over on Pearl. It's a lot to do it a second time in a row, too, especially on your opponent's map pick. And I feel like that really did ring out in this particular series. I think UH Scarlet had some great moments together as a team here on Lotus, but ultimately, Carlton FE, you cannot deny that they looked a lot more practice with specific set plays and utility pairings on this particular map.
I think that as soon as Carlton had won over on Pearl, it definitely was an uphill battle going on to Lotus, since that's not really a map where you can kind of pug it out. You need to know the timings of the lurks, the rotations that can be made, when to push up, when you should just be sitting tight on the site and play for the post plant. And you definitely saw a lot of that present in Carlton's gameplay. But if you are interested in playing games like Valorant and getting that drip for it with the battle pass, or if you want to play other new games on day one, then you could definitely check out that Xbox Game Pass, where you can play all the new games on the first day for only $1 on your first month.
Whew. And speaking of which, I believe we do have a little interview to set up for you guys. So I think we're going to throw to a quick break while we get that sorted. We'll be back with one of the players from Carlton FE just on the other side of this to break things down and how they feel now going into the LAN.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad to reach video game nirvana through PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Game Pass. Game Pass has PC Games. Game Pass has PC Games. Nirvana awaits.
We'll turn this around. Gonna turn this around. We'll turn this around.
Open your third eye and welcome this ad. Game Pass has PC Games. Nirvana awaits.
Welcome back, everybody. We just saw Carleton take it 2-0 in a clean sweep there up against University of Houston Scarlet. And Epitomes, we've got an interview coming in as well. We're going to say hello to Hans on the other side of things as we, dial her in. Hans, how are you doing? Congratulations on the W today for that seeding, getting that bye round. How are you and the team feeling off the back of this win?
Not any different from when we beat them the last two times. Definitely feel good that we still have that sort of advantage over them. They have been named to be the best, and that we're kind of have upset them the last 3 times that we've played them because they've been the best in America. But yeah, we rep the North and we bring it. So
we rep the North out here. We're both actually Canadian too.
Oh, really? Actually, all 3 of us are Canadian. Yep.
Yeah, we got a whole Canadian squad up here. But no, it's definitely shown through. I read through the interview that your team did with Paidia and the article that was put out and stuff. And I saw that you guys got a coach coming in, one of the players from the open team over at Carleton, coming to help coach you guys. I know you guys did your homework as well. And do you feel that, how were you generally feeling going into this matchup? I would imagine confident, all things considered?
Oh no, I was really nervous today because
Okay.
if I'm gonna be honest, like we've had some very interesting performances the last couple of days, so I wasn't really sure how we were gonna come out like for this match, but the girls really, really have been putting a lot of time and work into becoming better individually and trying to listen to our IGL Tina and stuff and our coach, and we overcame a lot this week, and this is our last official game until CECC Texas, so we really wanted to close it out the proper way and get that top
Yeah.
seed in media matchmaking.
Yeah, and talking about CECC Texas, we know that you both qualified to be the top seed here in those show matches, and you're also going to be playing in the actual CECC. So how are you feeling about that? Are you nervous about any of that at all?
Yeah, for sure. But I think we were more nervous about getting up to this point versus actually having the experience to play for both of those things. I know that we're definitely just going to have fun out there and try to scrim and practice a lot before we actually get there and try our best and come out with some sort of gain out of it, whether it's a learning experience or maybe a win, so.
And do you feel like after the Paidia matchmaking season and the Paidia Cup, there should or will be more tournaments focused around like collegiate, marginalized gender esports?
Oh, 100%. I think that this was sort of like one of the biggest tournaments for female/non-binary and collegiate, and I think that this will give a lot of not only just schools but a lot of other organizations like CECC and all this just a sort of like a platform and sort of like an idea that they can do this with their own platform, they can do this with their own organization, and I think that it just gave so many schools like something that they can do with marginalized genders and stuff as well, because we have so many female/non-binary/any marginalized genders playing Valorant now that this stuff can actually be really, really possible even in collegiate, even in game changers. So I think that organizations are definitely going to take from this in a very positive way.
No, that's awesome. I think it's just super important to like have these opportunities, especially with like Paidia Cup. The nicest thing about it is that it opens up the door to have anyone from any school play with each other within it, right? You guys are lucky enough to obviously have like a roster coming from Carleton specifically to all play together. Do you guys actually do you guys like boot camp on campus at all?
No. We're not. No, we don't. We've been praying and like asking our presidents to let us into the gaming room because we finally got one, but obviously it's only open to all varsity teams for our school, so we're not really allowed to boot camp. But I wish and I hope that next year the female team will be able to be given this privilege because of our performances and whoever ends up being on the roster next year, because I think that we deserve it just as much as any varsity team with how much we've achieved this year. Wink, wink, Carleton Esports. But yeah, no.
Don't make me drive over there right now.
I know.
Put it on Twitter, tag them.
But no, I think that we deserve it, and I hope that they make some changes next year so that we can actually get those practices in.
No, for sure. Because, like, it's super important to just be able to help uplift the FE team as well, right?
100%.
And you got to be able to get those tools to actually rise to the level and whatnot. So I guess overall, I know you already talked about how you guys are feeling going into CCC and stuff like that, but I also know that you guys, some of your players haven't even gone over to the States and whatnot. So it's just a really exciting experience for everyone. How is the rest of the team, I guess, feeling about it?
They're 100% like PMA. Even today they were like, if we don't win, like, it's still okay, guys, we're still going type of thing. Like, they're just very positive overall about the outcome of stuff, and win or loss, they were just really happy to be there. And I think we had a really fun time today, and we can kind of say, like, now is our time to sort of develop on our own and scrim together from time to time so that we get ready for May.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's the individual performances coming through. Like, even Apples was popping off today. Like, she had insane games when it comes down to how they were playing and stuff. But I guess before we head out, I know we've kept you here for a while. Were there any last, like, shout-outs, thank yous, or even just, like, things you want people to know about you and your team before we say goodbye for tonight?
Probably three. First of all, shout out to the Carlton community for supporting us in the stream and just in general. They have always supported us for all of our games. So 100% from Carlton FE to our community to everyone. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you Xbox and Paidia Cup for this wonderful opportunity for us. We really, really enjoyed playing and competing on this platform. Third of all, thank you to our new coach. He's done a lot for us in just a little amount of time, and I'm really excited to see what he can do for us until May. And then last but not least, shout out to my team because they are amazing and they carried me today. So I love you guys. I love everyone.
Team goes hard. We absolutely love to see it. We're super excited to see you guys head over to CECC. Thank you so much, Hans, for taking the time to do this interview with us. Wishing you the best of luck over in Texas. But we're going to have to say goodbye to Hans for now as Epitomes and I look to close out the show. How are you feeling about that interview?
Honestly, I just feel like Carlton, they've completed so much and had so much success in the Paidia Cup. And it is really refreshing to see like collegiate FE teams be able to do that kind of work and accomplish that much. And I really hope that Carlton lets them into their games room so they can boot camp together.
I will start a petition. I live in the area. I will start a petition. But when it comes down to the Paidia Cup, though, everything is a wrap now here. Playoffs is all over, and Carlton are your number one winners to head over into CECC Texas. And before we go, we got to give a big shout out over towards Paidia and Xbox for even helping put on this event alongside Esports U to give this opportunity to marginalized gendered gamers to uplift them and have the opportunity to compete at a collegiate level and recognize that there is talent to be fostered in these players and that we should be investing in them going forward. But for tonight, Tala, thank you so much for being on the desk with me again as my duo. But we are going to head out and say a good night to you guys and hopefully tune in for the CECC stream and look out for these three teams when they come on to broadcast.